you count down to the end of the day. The clock ticks life away. Didn't look out below, watch the time go right out the window. Trying to hold on, but you didn't even know. Wasted it all just to watch you go. I kept everything inside, and even though I tried, it all fell apart. What it meant to me will eventually be a memory of a time when and got so far. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. One thing, I don't know why, it doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind. I designed this rhyme to remind myself how I tried so. In spite of the way you were mocking me, acting like I was part of your property, remembering all the times you fought with me, I'm surprised. Things aren't the way they were before. You wouldn't even recognize me anymore. Not that you knew me back then, but it all comes back in the end. You kept everything inside, and even though I tried, it all fell apart. What it meant to me will eventually be a memory of a time when, and I got so far. But in the end, it doesn't even matter to lose it all. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. I've put my trust in you, pushed as far as I can go. For all this, there's only one thing you should know. I've put my trust in you, pushed as far as I can go. For all this, there's only one thing you should know. I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter to lose it all. But in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Hey everybody, welcome to Indy After Dark. I am here with Bran, Lady Campion, and Robbie Heck. Good to see you. So glad you made it up. Great to have you
Good
here.
to see you too.
Yeah, thanks so much. We have
just on break at work, so
perfect. All right, well, we have a song of yours coming up in just a second. Unless you want to sing at work. I mean, I'm always up for it, but
no, not right now. Not at work.
that
wonderful job, Lady C. That was beautiful.
Right? Yeah, beautiful, Lady Campion.
Thank you, everyone.
That premiered just before, about a half hour ago, so fresh off the press, and really beautiful. I love, Lady C, how you always make it your own. Very beautiful song.
I try.
Yeah.
often anyway.
The word that always comes to mind is stunning, because it is always stunning.
Thank you.
And you guys, I'm sure most of you are sub to Lady Campion, but if you're not, please go sub her up. And she has her dinner music live streams on Wednesdays. And it's the fastest hour for me of the entire week. I always want more because it's just so calming and beautiful, and great community there too. So go check her out. Good to see everybody coming in. So good to see you all. Thank you for being here. If you feel like sharing this out on your community tab or sending it to people you think would want to be here, let's get more people here for music and for the conversation. Umin, good to see you. Avoid, much love to you. I can spend forever saying hi to everybody, but I'll be saying hello throughout the night. Appreciate you all being here, especially my mods, Anti, Snooks, Jam, everybody who's here. Appreciate you all. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and pull up this next song. This is your latest, Robbie. Is there anything you want to tell us about it before we start?
Yes, it's basically a piano rendition of a previous song that I've done. It was a previous more rock type of song, and I just kind of stripped it down more. I connected with this group that's over, I believe, in Nigeria. It's a beautiful family of a father, wife, and daughter, and I hired them to do some background vocals on it. So,
Awesome.
so it was cool to connect with them. I think they killed it. But basically, the song is just about, it's just trying to reach the lost, the people that don't know who Christ is, and that's basically that's my worldview. I believe that Christ is the answer, and you know, this world is breaking down. The only answer is that one day Christ will come down and he'll rule with authority and straighten everything out, because we keep messing it up, us humans. So,
Right.
so,
Yeah.
It'll be great whenever there's a perfect government that comes down, and we're all going to bow down. So that's basically what the song's about. But I've unreleased it. It's just basically I haven't put it on. I haven't got the there. All the stuff is just it's so difficult for me. Like, they do all this social media stuff, and to be honest, it's like it weighs me down. Like me checking numbers all the time, and it's like it's not making me a good person. So it's doing the exact opposite of what I want it to do. It should be more edifying, but that's an internal struggle of like I want to do good, but somehow I find my way of doing something bad. So it's just like
Paul.
it's a constant of like examining ourselves and always keeping ourselves in check. So, but
that's relatable. Relatable message for sure, Robbie. Yeah, a relatable message for sure, Robbie. Yep. Well, I love this song, and I think in all your songs, your messages come out loud and clear to me, and they're very often relatable. And I like how your music has kind of a rawness to it, if that makes sense, that I think connects with a lot of people. So, all right, here we go. Robbie Heck music. Bow down.
A song for the weary soul, the broken hearted. When we're weak, He will make us strong. Overcome the darkness. Not a slave to this broken world. Be more than a conqueror. A call from the risen Lord. A call to surrender. Come before the throne of our Lord. Bow down before Him. Lord, I put all of my trust. Yeah, you took on all our pain. You saved me from that grave. Now my life is changed. You took on all the blame. a song for the broken world. Seek, you will find him. It's a call from the risen Lord. You'll find forgiveness for the ones who are lost and strayed. Lay down your burdens. When we're weak, Lord, give us faith. A faith that's unwavering. Come before the throne of the Lord. Bow down before him. Lord, I put all of my trust. Yeah, took on all our pain. You saved me from that grave. Now my life is changed. You took on all our blame. Break away the chains. Bringing back our innocence. Lord, you are my defense, guardian. Led me to repentance, and you paid my sentence.
Love that. Robbie, amen. Like the message there at the end too.
Beautiful.
Paid our sentence.
Yeah,
That's right.
thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah,
Really
basically
beautiful.
at the end of it, it's just it's more I'm trying to think of different ways of being able to, just us as independent artists, like it's hard to gain support because you have to gain traction. You got to get this viral video if you're going to be able to get people that they're going to actually hear the message. So the hardest thing is actually getting the message out for people, and it's like I either have to battle the fact that maybe the message and how I'm putting the message out ain't that great, or not really that great at getting the message out. So I have to figure out which one it is. You know what I mean? And that's what it could be.
Maybe it's just reaching the people it needs to reach.
Yeah, right. That's what I was going to say too, Lady C.
Time.
Right.
I appreciate music. I know I'm just one little person, but still, I feel like every time I hear your songs, they hit my heart, Yeah. And I think what you're doing, I hope you will persevere and stick with it because it does seem like you have a calling to it. So, stick with it. And I'm sure it's getting out to who it needs to. Hopefully a few more people here.
That was beautiful.
Yes. Yeah, and I really enjoyed it. I've been able to actually do some shit here and there and be able to connect with some different communities as well. It's always great whenever I mix in with like hip hop communities. They're like, they see me and they're like, all right, there's this dude that looks like he's like just came out of the woods, right? And he goes over here and he's gonna do some rap, he's gonna do some worship songs, he's gonna do some rock songs. So they just don't know, and they're like, all right, I'm kind of rock with whatever this is going on with.
Right.
But I found some really good communities. There's really good communities that are actually in the real world and not just on the side of things.
That's important.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
But
great.
I just have to get back to this and get some work done because I only got like 20 minutes. But
thank you so much. I'm really glad it worked for you to come up. Yeah, of course. Well, you're welcome anytime. So, if you're ever able to jump up and sing live, or we can always pull up videos too. It's great to have you here. So thank you so much. Have a great rest of your shift.
I'll have to do it more.
Yeah.
For sure.
Awesome. Thanks, Robbie.
You all have a great night.
You too.
You too.
Hey, Lowry. How's it going?
Happy Friday. How is everybody?
Yeah. Ooh, you got some static going on your end.
Hold on just a second. Let me turn this down. Is that better?
No, it sounds like something's not connected, like a
wire
loose
that's
cord or something. Yeah.
Okay, I'll be back.
Okay, you can stay here, just or try coming back in, but it just sounds like something.
Let's see.
Loose.
What could that be?
Hey, Billy, good to see you. Al, much love. Sandy P, I saw you were here. Thank you so much for coming by. I have a video, the update that you had made, I'm going to play later tonight during the conversation part of things. I don't know if you'll be able to stick around that long because I know you're in a different time zone, but just wanted to let you know we will be playing that later tonight. Appreciate you being here. All right. So good to see everybody coming in. Appreciate you all. Okay. I think we're going to go ahead and pull up another song. Unless Lady C, you want to go ahead and sing for us?
If you'd like me to,
Always.
I would sing.
All right, let's have you go ahead and go first because the next song is actually after this is actually a 7-minute song. So I'm giving a little warning because it's a little bit on the longer side, but it's beautiful. And I've been kind of bumping it from week to week to play. And, there's always way more songs I want to play than I can play. But this one, I was like, okay, I'm going to play it. And then I looked and I forgot the title of it is The Hurricane. And I thought, oh, that's just kind of perfect timing.
Yeah.
And it's a beautiful, beautiful song.
Yeah.
So, Lady C, go ahead and you go first, and then we'll play that 7-minute song.
Okay. Before I pick something random, is there anything you'd like me to sing?
Oh, let's see. Gosh, it is hard to decide, isn't it? One of my favorites I think I've ever heard you sing is the Vampire Love Song for a Vampire.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's one you can do live, but if you can, I love that one. If not,
I kind of think
okay.
I think I didn't I?
Have you? I would hear it again.
Yeah. No, I just mean I must have been possible because I'm pretty sure I did it.
Well, it's beautiful.
So, let's.
Good to see you, Neil. Thanks for being here. Kurt, much love. Falbro, good to see you. Also, the link is pinned at the top for any musicians who want to come up and either perform live or have your videos shared. Go ahead and come and join us.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I have the.
All right, awesome. I love this song. It's just you sing it so beautifully. Larry, you want to say something real quick, and we'll see if it's better.
Okay, let's check this one. Any better?
Nah,
No.
Still something. It's a. Sounds like there's a chord that's like loose or something.
Fuzzy.
Yeah. Yeah. Nope. That's worse.
Okay.
Okay, I muted you for a second, Larry, because that one was pretty bad. Now it's some kind of like feedback loop. Sorry, this happens. We know how it goes. Pookie, good to see you. Justine, much love. I saw you were here earlier. Maury, welcome in. Good to see you here. Thank you to my mods who are slinging links for all of you content creators. Appreciate that. Cola, much love. Good to see you. What is that? Team Deward? Team Ward? What is that avoid? You have to explain that one. Unless it's like, if you know,
Team
type
Edward.
thing.
Edward.
Oh, Team Edward? Okay. All right.
You
I
read
get
it that way, and I couldn't figure out the word either. That's a reference to something that I haven't seen.
Oh, you've never seen
No.
I know what that is. You haven't seen those movies?
No.
Oh, well.
No.
You're like only a couple decades behind.
I'm old.
Well,
you
they're great, I think.
No,
Even though the acting is a little sketch at times. All right. Okay. All right, Lowry, if you don't mind, let's just stay muted for this song and then we'll check again after. How about that? Good to see you, Eric. Thanks for being here. Right? It did sound like a dial-up modem, JM. Need a little bong. Perfect. Good to see you, Wolfang. Okay, Lady C, are you ready? I'll mute myself. All right, here we go. absolutely love that, Lady C. Really beautiful. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for requesting something.
Yeah. Hey, Rap. Good to see you. Thanks for coming up. All right. I'm going to go ahead. There were lots of gifts given here and memberships, and thank you so much, everybody. Tate, thank you so much for the super sticker. Really appreciate that. And appreciate Tate is one of those people who actually follows my community tab when I post all these links to different lives. And I see him all over the place supporting so many people. And Tate, you were very much appreciated. Pookie has been a member for 10 months. Amazing. Hope everybody has a safe and happy weekend. Thank you, Pookie. You too. Kurt, thank you for being a member for 6 months. Appreciate you. And thank you also for the 5 gifted memberships. Awesome. Check out the emojis, everybody. Lady C has her own emoji now as well.
I do.
Yes, you do. So please go check them out. Put some Lady C's in the chat so she can see them. How about that? And then thank you, Pookie, so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate all of your support. And to all of you, Kurt and Pookie are 2 more who are always out supporting so many people. And you guys are very much appreciated. Okay. All right, Lowry, you want to try saying something for us? Hey, Avery.
Check 1, 2, check. Any change?
Yes.
Oh, that's
Sounds
good.
great.
There it is.
Not hearing anything anymore.
Yeah, I was going to restart the whole system after this, but as long as I can sort of hear myself, I think I might understand what happened. But as my level, I'm going to be about here.
Yeah, you sound great.
Sounds great.
Yep, and it's clear. Good to see you, SynthWorks. Thanks for being here. Al, much love. Appreciate you all coming in.
It's just the ghosts in the machine, man. It's just like I
Right.
changed nothing since last week. It always happens every week. I'm like, what happened? So I unplugged everything, plugged it back in. All right, so here comes the guitar. We'll see how this is.
That's sounding fuzzy. That's got some kind of static going with it. Hey, Chess. Thanks for being here.
Is that any better?
Hold on.
Is
You know
your
what? Let
echo
me check. It might
cancellation
be. Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. Let me check. I'm going to turn off your echo cancellation. Turn all that off. I'm going to turn your sound up on this end. Okay, now try. There we go.
That better?
Yes.
All right.
Now your volume speaking is down, but that usually happens when we turn off the echo cancellation and everything. So
Sing it a little louder too. So
yeah. All right. Do you want to go ahead and go next, Lowry?
sure.
Okay. All right, we'll do that and then do our 7-minute song. And then Rap. Rap, are we hearing you?
Yeah, I'm here. I just
Okay.
had my mic on me.
Okay, just making sure your sound's working and everything. We weren't missing what you were saying.
Okay.
Thanks for coming up.
You're welcome.
Okay. Lowry, I'm going to go ahead and mute. Go for it.
Okay. You want me to start?
Yep.
If you could add volume just a bit, please.
On which part for the
On your mic.
Okay, got you. How's that?
Yeah, much
That's
better.
better.
Yeah, guitar's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Great. All right, here we go. Sometimes when this place gets kind of empty, sound of their breath fades with the light. I think about the loveless fascination under the Milky Way tonight. Lower the curtain down on Memphis. Lower the curtain down, alright. I got no time for private consultation under the Milky Way tonight. I wish I knew what you were looking for. what you would find. And it's something quite peculiar, something shimmering and white. It leads you here despite your destination, under the Milky Way tonight. I wish I knew what you were looking for. I might have known what you would find. I wish I knew what you were looking for. Might have known what you would find. Lower the curtain down on Memphis. Lower the curtain down, alright. I got no time for private consultation under the Milky Way tonight. I wish I knew what you were looking for. Might have known what you would find. I wish I knew what you were looking for. Might have known what you would find. Under the Milky Way tonight. 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 How's that?
Beautiful.
Yeah, all the signals pretty good.
Yep.
Perfect.
Yeah, and actually, since you have headphones on, I don't need to turn on your echo cancellation and everything. So we'll try just leaving it, I think, the way it is, so you don't have to go back and forth.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I'll just leave it exactly as it
You're
is.
you're sounding good.
Guitar's coming through, everything. Okay, great, perfect.
Yeah, sounds great. Beautiful song.
Thanks. That was the church, by the way. That wasn't one of mine. That was the church.
Okay,
Under
yeah.
the Milky
I don't
Way.
think I'd heard that song before. I loved it.
Yeah, old school, 80s.
Is that like
Song
a
did go hard.
is that like a Lowry? Did you do? Is that does it sound like the original? Is what I'm trying to say, or is that like
Yeah,
Lowry
actually,
eyes?
no, that was it's pretty much close to the original. I mean, the only difference really is there's drums and there's actually the most epic bagpipe solo in the original, which
Oh,
is why
nice.
why
Okay.
it's famous.
I will have to check that out. I actually love the bagpipes.
Yeah, it's super good, super good.
Why
Yep.
didn't you get out your bagpipes and, that part?
Yeah, get on that. Where's Nicole? We need.
She's actually, you know what's funny? She's actually hosting. She's hosting a trivia on YouTube tonight, and
Oh,
listening
awesome.
in with you guys as well in her sound booth back there. So we're
Nice,
kind of
Al.
multitasking tonight. So
No, that's great. I just wanted to see her play the bagpipes.
she can play harmonica, okay, and then she plays.
Oh, see.
There
All
you
right,
go.
there you go. I love the harmonica.
Awesome.
Yeah, Nuke had brought up the Northern Lights. We went out to the beach last night, and we weren't able to see them, unfortunately. We did have some fun family time, though, and got some great pictures, but of just the beach being beautiful beach. But we did miss the Northern Lights. But I heard some people saw them pretty far south, even further south, like somebody said in California than us. So we might have just gone at the wrong time. But
It depends on your light pollution and like how big of a city you live in. Like in New York,
yeah,
just the flavor of it. You know, you had to turn your camera up on real high exposure, in
Yep.
order to capture it. But I mean,
Yeah,
apparently
we
everybody
did.
else is.
The first time I saw them was when they were here a few months ago, and that's the first time I'd ever seen them. And I did notice, as many have, that with the camera, it actually picks them up much more vividly than with the naked eye. But we could see them for sure, with our eyes, which was great. I'd never seen them, so it was really fun. Al said that they're supposed to be bright again tonight too, so maybe we'll have to check them out again.
Indeed, indeed.
Yeah, I'm ready for the weekend, right, everybody? Awesome. Good luck. I hope you guys get to see him. For those of you who are in Discord, if you do see him, post some pictures. I know Moonchild posted a beautiful picture of the Northern Lights in there from last night.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and pull up this song. Oh, wait. Hold on. Boltonator. Good to see you. Thanks for coming up.
What's up? What's up?
How you doing, Bolt? We'll put
What's
up
up? What's up?
Good to see you.
I'm just living the life of the dream that is avoiding me.
The dream that is avoiding you?
Yes, the dream that's avoiding me.
Okay. Okay. We're all in different places. I think I can understand some of that.
Yeah, I halfway understood it myself.
Hey, John, good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Hey, sometimes dreams need to be avoided. That's what I say sometimes.
Yeah.
Rap, I think you should think on a spoken word for that. That's a good one.
Yeah, I really should, huh?
Yep.
I always love coming on Indy's stream, though.
Yeah, me too. I'm like, yeah, I gotta
Thank
support
you.
my sis.
Thanks, you guys. I always appreciate you guys being here, and to everybody who's here, all the support is much appreciated. It'd be pretty, it'd be a pretty short stream if it was just me, but it'd be pretty boring too. So thank you everybody for being here. Nice try, Anti. I know we cheated.
Indy's awesome.
Aw, thanks. Oh, Camellia, you've seen them in concert. Awesome. Yeah, I'll have to check them out. I don't know why I'm not familiar. They've been off my radar. Hey, Michael, good to see you. All right. Al says, don't touch my bagpipes unless you mean it.
I meant it.
Pat, good to see you. Glad you're okay. It was good to get an update. Thank you for that. Yeah, our prayers are definitely going out to everybody impacted by these hurricanes. There's still obviously just this ongoing mess in North Carolina and then now in Florida and surrounding areas. And we're definitely praying for everyone. We're really appreciative of those who have checked in. I think I've heard from almost everyone I know. There's still a couple people I think are okay, but I have to check in with. But yeah, it's great to know that people are okay. I haven't known anyone who's had everything lost, but so many have.
I have a couple of friends in Florida and family members in North Carolina that will not respond to me at the moment. So I'm still worried.
Yeah, well, I hope you hear from them soon.
It will be. They're let's say disassociated family members, but still family.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they're good.
Yeah, well, that's good. I hope so. We're praying for everybody. And then the recovery, is going to take a long time. So we're going to be talking a lot about that and weather manipulation in the second part of tonight's stream.
Ooh, I'm rubbing my hands together.
Little sneak peek there. But yeah, right. Unburdened by what has been. James.
And not burdened by what has been.
Right. Hey, C4, good to see you. Thanks for being here.
That's
okay.
Funny as hell.
Right. All right. This next song is, like I said, it's a 7-minute song. It's absolutely beautiful. I hope you guys love it as much as I do. And this is Joseph Pinnell. He doesn't have nearly as many subs as he should. Please go sub up his channel, leave a comment, check out his other music as well. I've played another song of his a few months back, but hope you all enjoy this one. Here's The Hurricane.
Oh, shit. Right on.
Could I say this now without disdain? I remember how it shook that day, holding my right hand to the open flame. But I'll not kneel down on a weakened Was a deep blue summer in the Alaskan Sea, days of 18 hours at the fishery, and she's far back home now with a breaking belly in a room so quiet, missing you, missing me. And the local bars up north will fill at night with pretty young faces and the occasional fight. But the weight had grown too tall to sway, and I'd have followed you into a hurricane. Hold on to my heavy shoulders no more. Kept your laces tight on a separate shore, 'cause you know you can't quite celebrate a scared and lonely child with your own name. It's a living, breathing call to a man. Cards you never learned to play in a winning hand. 'Cause our lives still hurt through the window pane. But you better know that boy anyway. Either way, in the hurricane,
Isn't that beautiful?
That was gorgeous.
Right? I just love that.
Oh my
I'm glad so
God,
many of
I'm
you did too.
crying. Oh my God, I'm crying over here.
Oh, rap. Feeling it. Love it.
That
Hey,
song was
Paul.
so beautiful.
Tom, much love, brother. Good to see you here. Yeah, isn't that? It's just a gorgeous song. I love it, and that's what I mean. I've been wanting to play it, but I'm glad it worked out for this timing. Really beautiful. Yeah, great lyrics. You guys, please go. Like I said, sub him up. That's Joseph Pennell, and he doesn't have nearly as many subs, so support one another. Right? Well said, Bran. It wrapped me like a blanket. Beautiful.
I sent you a private chat on a song I just released, but it's nowhere near as beautiful as the one you just played.
Well, I'm sure it's also beautiful. Okay, I see it back there, Bolt. Perfect. Rap, you are up next, and then Bran, if you want to pull up the link that Bolt put back there, we'll do that after Raps.
Yeah.
I
And
can't,
Joe, thank you for coming up.
go up against that. That song was so fucking beautiful. It was
I know, right?
Well, it's not a competition.
I know. I like this song. I know I gotta beat the song that just played.
no, I can't do it. It just won't work.
I just
Rap,
gotta try.
you
I
just do you,
gotta
Rap.
Ah.
All right.
All
Okay,
right,
Rap,
so
you tell us when you're ready. You go for it.
today is the dreams that runs away or something like that. I can't even figure it out, so I had to strike back. I tried to run through the center, but there was a linebacker. He almost clotheslined me because I didn't see his arm. I was like, dude, how did your arm get there so quick? I tried to duck, but your arm came through and I was on the ground. The next second I look up. I say, am I dreaming or is it a dreaming disrupt? I don't even know my own dreams anymore. This is something I go when I'm on a mental tour. So I'm walking through his door and I thought that I could make it to the other end, but I seem to wake up every time I get to this cliff. I don't ever get it because when I'm about to fly off, it's like I wake up and I'm in my bed. Other moments, I dream I go through my normal morning routine, get on the road in my dream, apparently, I'm driving. When I make it to the work scene, that's when I wake up in my bed and I'm confused of everything that's happening in my head. This flow right here, this dream is quite unsaid. I had to give a round of applause. I don't even know where I go, but I had to go Skyrim because I had to go with the arms or the emerald of the claws. As the crowd give a dead all, I jump off stage center, right in front of everyone. Didn't know it was a 5-foot fall, so my legs hurt when I landed on the ground. Yeah, salute, and shout out to everyone at the Rap Palace. I had to try my best to beat that 7 minute song long, 7 minute long song.
Rap, I love it. I like what you do, and I could never do spoken word. I mean, like on the spot. I used to write poetry a long time ago, but just kind of like as a journaling almost. And I still like to do it on the fly like that. I couldn't do it. Al, I bet Anti has already dropped it again, but the link for that last song was dropped. Usually the links for the songs that are played are dropped during the song sometime or towards the end. Great. Yeah, I'm glad so many of you like that song so much. Rap, thank you. That was awesome.
I was going off that topic that you gave me. I said,
Yeah, no, I caught it. That was great. Okay.
Yeah.
That was wonderful. Okay, let's see. We've got this next song. Bolt, do you want to tell us a little bit about this?
All right. Well, this song, although it may not be as majestic as the last song that was played, it does hit home for me. I unfortunately lost one of the loves of my life to suicide, and this song is essentially about that. And I guarantee you that it's not as beautiful as that last song. But it does hit home in my heart. It's a new project for me, and the band name that I'm calling is Twisted and Torn. But this is a song called "Losing Love to the Gun."
Okay.
And
heavy.
Yeah, it's heavy and it's unfortunate, and
yeah,
to
but it's
put a
it's
backdrop to it, she literally called me and did it over the phone. So this is this it may not be as beautiful and badass as that last song, but this song means a lot to me.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you. And unfortunately, this is dealing with people who have committed suicide and the aftermath of that is something that a lot of people can relate to, unfortunately. So I think it's good that you, before even hearing it, I'm glad you poured it into a song. All right, here we go. Losing Love to the Gun.
Think you're safe, and your world is complete. Your heart feels full, then the tables are turned. The world flips upside down by a simple click of the trigger. Your decision to end your world, but the pain is brutal. Looking life to the gun. You're not the only one. Your decided demise. Put that bullet in the hearts of everyone. Darkness fills my soul. The loss of your life tore through my bones. I was sad, but now I'm fucking mad. Let's stop this choice to end your life for the souls of all around you. Moving life to the gun. You're not the only one. Your decided demise. Put the bullet in the hearts of everyone. Suicide's a coward's choice, kills the souls around you. You chose the easy out and put the people around you who love you through a living hell. Twisted their sense of life. That's not the right choice. Pursue through it all. Losing life to the gun. You're not the only one. Your decided demise. Put that bullet in the hearts of everyone. Darkness fills my soul. the loss of your life to free my bones. And once was sad, but now I'm fucking mad. Let's selfless choice to end your life to the souls of all around you. Losing love to the god. You're not the only one. You're the systemized. Puts that bullet in the hearts of everyone.
Ooh, yeah, Bolt. That was great and heavy.
Like you said, it wasn't as beautiful as that last song. I mean, that song you played before from that guy, man, that was awesome.
Yeah, I agree. But, it's a totally different message and different. I mean, I wouldn't say it's not beautiful. It's just beautiful in a different way. And, a message like that isn't even necessarily supposed to be beautiful, I don't think, right? I mean, it's
No, it's not.
pretty.
And, unfortunately, it kind of killed me for a couple of years. I mean, something like that, when it happens, your life changes.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, mental health is something that's important, obviously, to be taken care of. And I think that's for myself, I'll just say, part of what led me here to YouTube, with as much drama and craziness as there can be. At the time that I came, I was feeling really isolated from a lot of the people in my in-person life. And I know a lot of people at that time it was in, 2019, 2020. And, I've always been a social person. I know not everybody on here is, but in real life, in person life, I had been, someone that spent a lot of time with other people, and feeling isolated had taken a toll on me. And it's how I got to know so many of you. So, I think it's good that we're here for each other. I hope people do have people in their in-person life too that you can lean on. And with all these, disasters that are happening with the hurricanes and everything too, I mean, I think more and more people are realizing we've got to have that community support in person as well. Online is great too. There are definitely some people I've met through YouTube that I consider real friends, true friends, even though I've never met them in person. I'm not trying to imply otherwise, but
I must say that you're completely correct. There are so many people that I only know online that have helped me not be a chaotic person.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I've seen you come a long way.
To know y'all in person, but and Indy, you're one of them.
Thank you for that. Likewise,
hang out with you and feel much better about myself. Not through weird reasons, but
no, I got you.
just because hanging out and talking is a great thing sometimes.
Yeah. Well, we try to keep it real, and I think sometimes it can be tempting online and in person to kind of put up a persona or not let people see behind a facade. And maybe it's even easier in some ways to keep it real online. But, I do think it's important for however you do it, in person or online, to have people that you can connect with and really, be genuine about what's going on in your life with. And I'm thankful for all of you, especially my closest ones. You're very much appreciated. And I'm glad we're here together, as a support for one another. Yeah, that was a great
song. Thank you so much for playing that song, even though it is badly produced.
Yeah. Well, I didn't think it was badly produced. I thought it sounded great. It has like I said, like a grit to it that I think works really well with the message of that song.
Unfortunately, it's not the most positive message, and I did thoroughly enjoy the song you played right before it. It was like, wow, that guy is awesome.
Yep. Well, I'm glad. Well, there's much more music to come, so stick around, everybody, because there's some other great artists that I still have to share, and other artists who will be up here live sharing as well. Okay. Speaking of which, Bajo, thank you so much for coming up. Bajo, if you want to go ahead and do 2, you are more than welcome. I know you kind of flit in and out.
Yes.
Joe.
I'm Super Ninja. Thank you,
Yep.
Mom Heather. Thank you for letting me in.
Yeah.
All right.
All right,
Okay,
take
as
it away.
usual, I'm here spreading some herpes, spreading some good vibes.
Perfect. Love it.
All right, here we go. Much love, everybody. Shout out to all here at my co-host in the panel. Shout out in the chats. All right, here we go. Let's put some couple on the fourth fret. All right, I have guitar. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Much love, everybody. Much love to you all. take two drum covers. Justine, we got this afternoon. You got this room for two. One thing I was left to do. Discover me, discovering me. Crazy cat. One miles to every edge. Looking at your skin like porcelain. One pair of candle lips and bubblegum tongue. I'm Indy, and if you wanna, you make it JM. So many tips here, black hat. Get a big class and break it. 15 bent is this band to be a while. Mom Heather, your body is a wonderland. Your body is a wonderland. Use my hands. Your body is a wonderland. Your body is a wonderland. Use my hands. So melt away the hell falls in your face. I love this shape you take when crawling towards the pillowcase. You tell me where to go, where do I mind lead to find it? I never let your head hit your bed without my head behind it. One look, you make it snooks. Too many tips here, oh black cat. So get a big glance and break him. Is this bound to be a white jewel? Your body is a wonderland. Your body is a wonderland. Use my hands. I say not just body is a wonderland. Your body is a wonderland. Break it down, go, yeah. Put down, baby. You're frustrated. I know you're mine, all mine, all mine. You look so good, you have so well. Mom Indy, listen very carefully. This one's for you. Here we go. Your body is a wonderland. Your body is a wonderland. Use my hands. Your body is a wonderland. Your body is.
Uh-oh.
I wasn't sure if that was on my end. Did it freeze for all of us?
No, it's
I think
everybody's.
we've lost Bad Joe.
I think he.
Oh, darn.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just put it like this and we'll see if he comes back in. I was rocking out there too. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm over here dancing and grooving.
Well,
Maybe it's not just Lowry's brand.
Yeah. I was saying, you remember the short lady from Poltergeist? She's like, "This house is clean." Like, I need her to come over and like do my computer.
Right?
Yeah.
15th. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Oh, okay, yeah, it dropped out completely.
yeah,
So
I
we'll see if
guess
he
so.
comes back up. But I'm Bad Joe, you're awesome. We love you so much. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah.
Always incredible. And you just do a great job and bring such a high vibe, which I always appreciate. Love it. Okay, Lady C, you are up next.
Okay. Wish me luck.
Yeah,
I've
you'll
only-
always do great.
Well, I've
You don't
only
need luck.
I've only done this live
Good to see you, Matt.
once.
Axe and Nacho, much love. Okay, here we go.
So, wait, I need words. Why does it want to connect to the internet? I don't know. But, okay. Why I need words on my own song, I don't know, but I do. All right. Here we go. Oh. Peering into the kaleidoscope, patterns form, then disappear, trying to grasp the meaning there. But what I see is still unclear. The kaleidoscope is shifting, constantly changing, nothing is sure. Then as it slows, a new picture forms, suddenly new understanding. Scattered pieces far apart come together time and time again, searching blindly for the perfect fit, till a clear picture forms. Life's kaleidoscope holds mystery, whether the changes as it turns. Watch and you'll see a new picture form. Then there will be understanding. Time shows the truth, and with patience comes understanding. Scattered as far apart, come together time and time again, searching blindly for the perfect fit, till a clear picture forms. Don't search blindly for that perfect fit. Let the clear picture form.
Beautiful, Lady C.
Thank you.
Lovely. Lovely.
Yeah, and for those of you who may not know, that is a Lady C original, Kaleidoscope. Love that so much.
Thank you.
Really
Still
beautiful.
nervous doing that one live.
You sounded fantastic, and it's a beautiful song. And I love the video that you did too.
Thank you.
Yep, with
Yeah,
an
I've never
actual
tried.
kaleidoscope,
Well,
not
I've
all.
never tried to actually put that on the live either. So
Yeah, that was great. It looked beautiful.
thanks.
All right, fantastic. Okay, Lowry, I think you are up next, and then I'm going to pull up another video after that. Take two. One of your songs that I picked is coming out next, so I hope you're able to stick around. I see you there in the chat. And Bud Joe, thank you so much. I'm sorry you lost power. Really appreciate you always being here, and hope you get power back soon.
I hope that wasn't like another storm-related accident power outage for him. I don't know where he's at, but like,
Yeah, I'm not sure.
is stuff like that happening? Like the power lines going up and they're falling back down because more trees are falling, or if he's even in the south, I don't even know. But anyway, there you go. That's my thoughts on
Yeah,
it.
Ozark noticed that too, Lady C, that you had the kaleidoscope up there. Beautiful.
You want me to play a song?
Yep, go for it.
Okay, this song's called 4th of July. This is off my first record, Awful Joy. Let's see. Hopefully this still works. I was stretched out and thin, just like a hobbit. I was worn out. I was worn out to the bone. I thought I'd done myself in. There was a slab of concrete kissing me on my motherfucking chin. Whoa, and there was dirt. There was dirt in my ear. And there was doubt. There was doubt in my eye. But I stopped short of thinking I was gonna die. When I remembered I hadn't slept a wink since the 4th of July. 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 It was no use, I didn't even try. I didn't even try. I didn't even try. I didn't even try to lay my head down even for one night. Even for one night. Even for one night. Even for one night. 'Cause I didn't want to miss it. Whoa. When you drove by. When you drove by. When you drove by. 'Cause you might have stopped to visit. Whoa. When you drove by. When you drove by. When you drove by. 'Cause you might have tried to kiss me. Whoa. When you drove by. You might have tried to lay one on me. When you drove by. Yeah. When you drove by. When you drove by. When you drove by. Yeah. drove by, when you drove by, when you drove by.
Beautiful.
Thank
Well
you.
done, Lowry. That sounded great.
Very nice.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm having fun. It's Friday night.
Good.
You know,
We are too. We're enjoying you being here. Thank you. Always, Lowry.
you're welcome.
All right. Good to see everybody coming in still. Donna, much love to you. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Okay. All right. This next song we're going to pull up is by Take Two Drum Covers. I love this song, and it is a cover of, or a drum playing along with, Doken's Alone Again. Here we go.
Not
Well done, take two. That was awesome. Really well done. And I love that song. I really do. Yep. Sounds great, right? Yeah. And take two, much love to you. Always appreciate seeing you here and all the places I get to see you around. I'm glad to finally share one of your songs. To be honest, I've been a little worried about sharing your songs, Take Two, because they have all the original lyrics and everything along with them. But I was told that since they're up on yours, they should be okay here. And that means I'll be playing a lot more of your music, Take Two, because I really do love what you do. Awesome. Well done. All right. Lady C, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it always. And your songs were beautiful. Thank you for all that you do. She said she had to take off. Maybe she'll still be in the chat. I'm not sure. But much love to you, Lady C. Much appreciated. Right, Snooks? Absolutely. Fantastic. Okay. All right. Bran, if you can pull up the next song. I think the next one, let me look here. You probably have it before I do. All right. This is another one by Morley Music. I've shared a couple of her songs before. She is someone that I met. It's been like 20 years, which is crazy to me to think about. But back when I worked at the homeless shelter in New York in Times Square, and I think I told this story, but she added me and another volunteer who had no money because we were volunteers through AmeriCorps to her playlist. So we got to kind of follow her around and get in for free to a bunch of different shows in New York, which was really fun. And in addition to that, I just absolutely love her music, and she has a really amazing soul. So I'm just glad to get to share some of her music out and kind of give back a little bit. And please go sub her up. I'm glad to see her doing more music, and I think you guys will really love this. Here we go. Gave You. Feet with... Nice.
Gave you song to sing, gave you air to breathe, gave you smiles to bloom, but now you are at a loss. Gave you song to sing, gave you air to breathe, gave you mind to dream. Now you are at a loss.
Beautiful. Right? Doesn't she just have like, there's a warmth to her music and her voice that just, I love, absolutely love. That's Morley Music. Please go sub her up and check out her other songs as well. Beautiful.
Need to get some of these people to sing my songs, so I don't have to sing them anymore.
Ah, there you
Come sing
go.
my songs, you know.
Reach out. You never know. And that was a collaboration with 2 other artists, so you know.
That was nice.
Yep. Melted, I saw your question in chat. We are doing music tonight until 11 p.m. Eastern, and then we'll switch to conversation. Next week, I already have it posted. It will be flipped. And then the following week, getting ahead of myself for a little bit, but we're going to do a Halloween themed stream. And I'm not sure if it's going to be music and conversation or more just kind of like music with more talk and conversation in between. Haven't decided yet. But definitely a Halloween theme. Thought it'd be a lot of fun. We haven't done one since last year, so it seemed like a good idea. D-Dog, good to see you. Zio, much love to you. Thanks to everybody coming in. Sal, much love. Okay. All right. Lowry, do you want to go ahead and do another? And the link is pinned for any other musicians that want to come up. We have a little bit over an hour left of music, so all are welcome.
Love to.
Good to see you, Dave.
Yeah. Here's one from my third record, Emporia, called Those That Dance. Thank you for putting the links up in the thing. For some reason, people had a really hard time finding my YouTube channel over the course of years. And I thought it was going to be a really good idea. Well, we'll just call it Lowry Video Music. Well, it just never showed up for anybody. So, but like all the music's on there, and like
connecting.
Yeah, my latest record actually is getting re-released. So, if you're looking for Night Movies at Beach 97, it's going to come out on the label. I don't even know, maybe next year, just because the whole thing in 2020 got in the way of that. And anyway, that's enough of that. But anyway, this song is called "Those That Dance."
Okay.
Fast-moving things, people, bitter endings lie breathlessly away. I prepared a sunny path for a seeker like you. Like a storm, flooding highways in your blue heart. And it's a shame that boats are always alone. You're picking fights so blindly with your lovely, shiny chaperone. Casting cold water pictures under the sea in your blue heart, foreshadowing pictures a bold heart turned stone, sharing time with spiny to hear. You say you'll take the time to listen, but I know you won't. And you'll daydream ballroom wishes, but you think you're safe with those that don't. Oh no. Stretching time, step by step, you're guided by strange forces. In your blue heart, your blue.
Beautiful, Lowry.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So much great music, you guys, tonight. There's just a lot of like calming vibes, which is much needed.
Much needed
So
right
I'm-
now, right?
Yeah, I'm appreciating it for sure.
Yeah, thank you.
That was really great. Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. We're going to keep Bran hopping with links until more people come up. But that's okay because we have a ton of videos to share and we'll just keep going. All right. This is a song that's a collaboration. I know it's Frank Turzo and Leela, but I don't know who else is in it. So I'll have to maybe check, or Anti, if you can check it and drop links to those channels too, that would be great. And it's for song Timber. It's beautiful, really beautiful. And I like the kind of double meanings, I think, to some of the lyrics. But this is Last Night. And for those of you, I mean, I think most of you, I hope, know Frank and are subbed up to Frank. But if you're not, you're missing out. Please go check out his Community Pulse live streams that he does on Monday nights. And he introduces so many indie musicians and a lot of smaller, more unknown channels, and then some of the bigger ones too. A great place to connect for indie artists and then for music appreciators like me, but also to just sub up different channels and show support. So please go check out his Community Pulse on Monday nights. All right, here we go. Last Night by Frank Turzo, Leela, and others.
Last night, I met the prettiest thing.
Last night, I met the sweetest man. We dined, we danced, and we kissed, we did it all night, ooh, ah, ooh. Last night, I had the time of my life.
Last night, I had the time of my life. We talked, we cried, and we sang. We did it all night, ooh, ah, ooh. Last night, I had the sweetest of dreams.
Last night, I had the sweetest of dreams.
The moon, the stars, your eyes, we did did it all night.
Your warm embrace, your smile.
We did it all night. Ooh, ah, ooh. Last night,
Last night,
last night,
last night,
last night,
last night,
last night, last night,
your eyes.
last night,
We did it all night.
last night,
We did it all night.
last night,
I met the sweetest
Last
man.
last night, last night, last night.
Beautiful. So well done. Yep. And thank you, Pookie, for filling me in on the rest of who was in that. I couldn't remember the rest of the collaboration. And then it's Gordium85 and Clayton Von Kluge. And also, I think we'd been talking last week. I know some others have known that Clayton was in one of the affected areas from the hurricanes, and he's okay. So we were glad to hear that he's all right. All right. Yeah. What a great song, right, Ozark? So well done. And, you know, I mean, I just love Frank to pieces. Right? Yep.
You get a whiskey.
Yeah. It's a great song. It has such a great feel to it.
Yeah.
Right. Snooks was getting hot. That's for sure. Chrissy's getting in on the woot woot action. Love it. Yeah. Well done, Frank and all. Mm-hmm. Yep. Very nicely done. Okay. This next song, and then we'll go back to you, Lowry. This is by Falcro and Hugh Caldwell, and it's their cover of Vanity Fair's Hitching a Ride. And I love this song. I saw earlier 15th said he'd been humming along with it today, and he played this on his stream last night. And I've heard it several times, and I've played it. It's on a couple of my playlists, but I haven't shared it, I don't think, here before. So that's my oversight, Falcro and Hugh, and glad to share it tonight with all of you because it's a really fun one. Here we go.
It's nearly 1 a.m. and here am I, hitching a ride. Gotta get me home before the morning light. I got no fare to ride a train, nearly drowning in the pouring rain. Hitching a ride, hitching a ride. Gotta get me home to my baby's side. Ride, 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 hitching a ride. Ride, 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 hitching a ride. Long distance call I got today. She sounded lonely, so I'm on my way. Hitching a ride, hitching a ride. Gotta get me home, keep her satisfied. Ride, ride, hitching a ride. Been away too long from my baby's side. Ride, 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 hitching a ride. Ride, 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 hitching a ride. Ride, 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 ride.
Such a fun one. Yeah, lots of memories with that one for so many people, and brings us back to kind of another time, which is much needed, I think, these days sometimes, right?
Absolutely.
Well done. Love that, Falcro. Falcro, I hope you're going to put some more of your songs and music up on your channel, because he does do live streams. Please go check out Falcro. And of course, most of you know Hugh. Hugh's the collaboration king. He's so talented and in so many songs with so many other artists, and then his own as well. But please go check out their channels. And Anti, if you could drop Hugh's link as well, I would really appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, Lowry, you're up. What do you have in store for us next?
Okay, this is one off the newest record that was out, then it's not out anymore.
What's
This is
that jam?
It's called Mars. It's meant to be played. It's a pretty hard rocking tune, so I'm going to try my best to sort of show it off on this thing. But if my riffology isn't up to all your metal standards out there, well, then you guys can just, you can take a walk, because this is the best I can do. So we say we know what we thought we knew. All I thought we threw away was everything. Fought in many wars, danced our lives away. How well we loved is how long our lovers stay. They say that Mars is close as it's ever been. And I'm so tired of being on the ropes again. That's a lovely girl standing on the moon, wishing she had a breath of air. That's a lonely boy standing in the room, solo game musical chairs. And I'll meet you. And I'll meet you. They say that Mars is close as it's ever been. Wound up chasing stars all over again. There's words for what you got, what you have, and what you'll ever need. slept so many nights, so many nights, so many ways to believe.
Man, I hope I didn't blow up your signal on that.
No, you sounded beautiful.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I love that one, Lowry.
Thank you.
Yep.
My pleasure.
Right?
Guys.
I want to hear Bran and Snooks both sing songs. How about that?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yep, the more the merrier. And speaking of which, Mike, thank you so much for coming up.
Yeah, hello. Thank you. Thanks for having me up. Appreciate it.
I saw a couple people give nudges. I don't want to get too pushy, but you know I always love when you come up, Mike.
And I love the nudges. So thank you, everybody.
Nice.
Yeah, thank you. Well, if you want to jump right into it, Mike, you can go right into one.
Yeah, sure. Let's do it. All right.
All right.
All right. Here we go. A song called, what are we going to do tonight? I haven't thought about it yet. All right. I'll do this one. Demons Escape.
Okay.
Who's passed out on the floor, so lost since we've been found. The love is here no more. Dizzy overhang, the in-between's a blur. I swear I was not wrong. The fruit we ate was pure. She was an angel. She was an angel. She was an angel. She was an angel. Strangled, tempted by the demon's escape. I can't breathe, I break with every move you make. Can't breathe, I break with every sip you take. I can't breathe, I break each vial of mistake. Can't breathe, I break. It's all that I can take. Demons escape. Demons escape. I know. Where does time go? What more miles? Pass right by. Oh, she was an angel. She was an angel. She was an angel. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, real well done, Mike. I don't know how you sing and play like that at the same time. Like, I don't think my brain could handle that.
It's like I don't know, something. It's like riding a bike. You know, you're on the training wheels, and then take the training wheels off, and you're trying to ride, and you keep falling. All of a sudden, you get it. It's kind of like
well,
that. It's like it just
you've
clicks.
gotten it, and obviously you're very skilled at it. And I appreciate you coming up and sharing your music with
Thank
all
you.
of us.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Much love, Eric. Thanks for being here. Ozark, I hope you feel better soon. I'm glad you're hanging in here for a minute. We'll pull up one of your songs here in just a moment. And Chrissy, much love to you. Always good to see you here, sis. Okay. All right, let's see here. What am I doing? Okay. Bran, if you want to pull up Ozark's next, let's go ahead and do that one next, since I think he's heading to bed soon. I'd like him to be here for it. That would be great. And then after that, we'll go back to you, Lowry. Thanks to everybody who's here tonight. Appreciate you all being here. All right. Bran might have had to step away for a moment. Not sure. So, Lowry, do you want to go ahead and go? Oh, nope. Nope.
I'm here. I'm here. I just had to
stepping on
record.
toes. I'm stepping on toes. All right. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do this one, and then we'll go to you next, Lowry, right after this. Sorry, I thought maybe Bran had to step away for a second.
Yeah,
okay. This is Ozark Drifter's cover of Snap Your Fingers, and I absolutely, as everybody knows, love Ozark's voice. I was lucky enough to do a song with him that is on my videos section. You guys can go check out a Merle Haggard cover, and this one is excellent as well. So keep the great music coming, Ozark. Here we go.
Snap your fingers, I'll come a-running back to you on bended knee. Snap your fingers, I'll come running. I'll be true. Take a chance on me. Let your light turn green. Baby, I gotta know. Give me some kind of clue. Should I stay or go? Let me love you like the lover that you used to know. Turn the key and let me in through that same old door. Oh, I had it, but I lost it. Now I got a broken heart to mend. But I don't care what the cost is. I gotta find my way back in. So you just snap your fingers. Baby, I'll come running. I'll do anything to get back again. But I lost it. Now I got a broken heart to mend. Listen, I don't care what the cost is. I've got to find my way back in. So you just snap your fingers. Baby, I'll come running. I'll do anything to get back again.
Such a fun song, Ozark. Love that one.
It's like a total
And
jukebox. It's a total jukebox song, isn't it?
right?
Like
Yeah, it's not a
rock
song that I
music.
think I'd heard before, actually, but it's great, and it's a great voice, a great song for your voice, Ozark. Loved it. All right, yep, great job. Sorry I didn't get to scroll through comments, but here we go. Lots of love. All right, Lowry, what are you going to do for us next?
I'm just
Keep these
cranking.
good vibes
I'm
going.
gonna crank it out. This is a song called "One Thing." This is from my second record. Let's see how this sounds.
And take the one thing that you always wanted to do and cross it with the worst thing she can remember. We are always bound to this child of polarization. And you can be my passport, traveling tastemaker, wandering friend of mine. And she can be my hiding under the umbrella, music introducing trend of mine. But you're always afraid, yeah, you're always afraid. But you can't go there, you can't go anywhere if you try. Being too attentive makes you long for your daydreams, and your daydreams find you waking in a good mood. And happy makes you love sad, and sad makes you miss your laugh, and laughs are the opposite of cries. But you love it all. Yes, you love it all. Oh, yeah. You can be my cork dork, one dating anti-sports bar, end of the line. She can translate maps for me until the end of time. Either way is just fine for me, for me, for me. Either way is just fine for me, for me, for me. But you can go there. You can go anywhere if you try. When we play that live, it's like really obnoxiously loud, and it takes another 5 minutes of jamming.
I bet everybody just feels it too. I love that one. That's one of my favorites of yours, Lowry.
Thank you. Yeah, yeah. I always want to do that on this show, but I'm just like, dude, I'm just gonna blow up this amp, and it's gonna blow up this.
It sounds great on my end.
Yeah, it sounded great acoustically. That was cool.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Yeah, I appreciate it.
That was awesome. Well done. Okay. I think I'm actually going to go for singing a song. I was sort of debating on it, but I'm just going to just go for it.
Do it.
All right. It's going to take me a second to share. I always say I'm going to do it, and then I'm like, not ready. This is trickier than it seems, right, Bran? To get it all in here.
Yes, it is.
All right. Let me change my mic settings. Okay. All right. If it's really, the balance is really off, please somebody just let me know. Okay. Here we go. I walked across an empty land. I knew the pathway like the back of my hand. I felt the earth beneath my feet. Sat by the river and it made me complete. Oh, simple thing, where have you gone? I'm getting old and I need something to rely on. So tell me when you're gonna let me in. I'm getting tired and I need somewhere to begin. I came across a fallen tree. I felt the branches of it looking at me. Is this the place we used to love? Is this the place that I've been dreaming of? Oh, simple thing, where have you gone? I'm getting old and I need something to rely on. So tell me when you're gonna let me in. I'm getting tired and I need somewhere to begin. And if you have a minute, why don't we go talk about it somewhere only we know? This could be the end of everything, so why don't we go somewhere only we know? Somewhere only we know. Oh, simple thing, where have you gone? I'm getting old and I need something to rely on. So tell me when you're gonna let me in. I'm getting tired and I need somewhere to begin. And if you have a minute, why don't we go talk about it somewhere only we know? This could be the end of everything, so why don't we go? So why don't we go? Oh, this could be the end of everything, so why don't we go somewhere only we know? somewhere only we know. Somewhere only we know.
Oh yeah, was that Travis? Who was that? Who's that band?
Oh man, I
Keen.
forget the name. Keen, that's it.
Yeah.
Keen. Yeah, that's it.
Love that song. Great.
Because they were
Oh,
right
thank
the
you.
same
Yeah,
kind
it's a great one. Yeah, I realized I didn't have my headphones plugged in at the beginning, so sorry if the sound was a little weird. And then I was trying to like do it at the same time I'm saying and looking at the words, and yeah, you know, it's how it goes.
Sounded good. That was a good song.
Thank you.
It was good singing.
Thank you. It was fun to do, and it is a great song. All right, Mike, I think you're up next.
All right, awesome. I'm going to attempt a cover for an unusual thing. So here we go. Let's see how it goes. I wanna run, I wanna hide, I wanna tear down the walls that hold me inside. I wanna reach out and touch the flame where the streets have no name. I wanna feel the sunlight in my face. I see the dust cloud disappear without a trace. I wanna seek shelter from the poison rain where the streets have no name. Where the streets have no name, where the streets have no name, still building and burning down love, burning down love. And when I go there, I'll go there with you. It's all I can do. The city's aflood, and our love turns to rust. We're beating and blown by the wind, trembled in dust. I'll show you a place high on a desert plain where the streets have no name. Where the streets have no name, where the streets have no name, still building and burning.
I'd rather listen to you sing that than Bono. Crushed it.
Right.
Oh, don't say
That was awesome.
God, man.
Fantastic.
Thank you, though. Thank you. That was fun. It's a fun song to play.
That was awesome, Mike. Mike, there's a comment for you in the private chat if you can take a look.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Let's keep this great music going, you guys. What a fun night this has already been. We still have about another half hour of music before we switch gears to conversation. That's going to be great as well. And I just really appreciate everybody being here. We've had a pretty good flow of amazing people. So thanks, everybody. Okay. Let's see, Bran, if you can pull up that next one. Yep, where are we at on this list here? Here we go. Okay, this is the song by Rob Rainwater, and it's Heart on Fire. I heard this on 15th Ben's stream, his roller coaster last night, and absolutely loved it. Hope you guys do too. Here we go. Please go check out his channel and sub him up.
I got the prize, but not the joke. A box of trophies and a young man's hopes. Trying doors and wasting time. Too old to keep going, but too young to die. Found out what happens when you don't decide. Wind up walking around in someone else's life. 10 years back from the starting line, and 10 more gone while I learn to cry. So I'm gonna run with my heart on fire. Let it burn till I can hear that angel choir singing soft, singing low, up high at the end of the road. But I'm gonna run with my heart on fire. Myself to sleep so many times, playing back the pain and broken years of life. So I measure myself against my pride, and how much I can take before I die. So I'm gonna run with my heart on fire. Let it burn till I can hear that angel choir singing soft, singing low, up high at the end of the road. I'm gonna run with my heart on fire. Sing the blues again. Lately I've been trying to figure out how to make amends. So I'm gonna run with my heart on fire. Let it burn till I hear that angel choir singing soft, singing low, up high at the end of the road. That I'm gonna run with
with my heart on fire, my heart on fire.
What a beautiful song.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you guys go check out the description of that video too. It tells a little bit about the story behind the song and those photos as well. All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Appreciate all the love. Glad you're all having a great time. Halsey, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Halsey has a beautiful voice. I don't know if you have content up on your channel yet, Halsey, but I've really enjoyed listening to you sing on some of the karaoke streams. And the link is pinned if you want to come up and sing tonight, but no pressure. Just saying, you have a great voice. All right. Good to see everybody. Wildlife, good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Much appreciated. Yeah, that's right. Sometimes the algorithms work in our favor. Sometimes. Yeah, such a beautiful song, right? Gigi, much love to you. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Okay, I have lost track. Who is next? Is it Mike or Lowry?
It doesn't matter. I mean, I got a couple more to wrap it up, but I don't want to do a cover. I'm going to do original, and I'll do a cover to wrap it up for the night. But I just want to say that this makes my week because like a little story with this is like a lot of the mid-level venues where we were all touring for a lot of years got shut down after 2020, and like my shows are now few and far between, and like it was Algo that got me onto this. He was like,
Much love, 15th.
Yeah, and you can I've essentially played almost a full set tonight, which is really what I need to do to keep my stuff going forward, and like stay in practice and keep the fingers up to speed and everything else. So like this is I call it's the cutest show on the internet. I really think it is. I still think
Absolutely.
It is. Yeah,
You're so right. Yeah, I mean that's why I always say to the chat, I'm like, thank you guys for being here because playing for the chat and everybody here is just so much better than just sitting down here by myself and playing for nobody. It just brings that more. It brings it out of you more. So
we're connected more when you're playing for a live audience, and then when we're here, it's great for us who are hearing all of you sing and get to hear more about the behind the songs, and then just getting to interact with you guys too. It's great.
Yeah, it's neat, and I like it a lot. And I like it. Like I said, at the end of the night, I'll have played 10 songs. That's the average set list in New York City, and like I just feel like it's almost like my church, as it were. And it's just, and I just really enjoy like seeing the diverse amount of things that are coming through here. Like I was talking to my buddy Crumb, who I think's probably going to come on here eventually. He's another great songwriter from California, and I was like,
awesome.
"Look, dude, this is the wildest, diverse bunch of things you're ever going to see, and it's all good. It's all good. You can you can sing about whatever you want." And anyway, that's my rant.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thank you. I'm glad you're here, both of you and everyone. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you all. 15th, have a great night. Wildlife Watch, thanks for coming in. Shelby, good to see you. Thanks to everybody being here. Appreciate you all. Okay, Lowry, I think you said you were going to go ahead and go next, and then we'll go to you, Mike, after that, and then we'll do a couple more videos, I think, before we switch gears in a little bit.
Sure. This is a song called Knots. It's off my first record, Awful Joy.
Did it occur to you? Could you have known? Would you have said anything if I would have thrown you a bone? When you were riding with me, did your nose itch constantly? When I let you out, did your ears burn when you crawled into bed? Did you have strange dreams and yearn for something you couldn't see? And everybody's looking Spread the good word in a song. Love's like good drugs, goes all night long. Yours is like 10 shots of scotch. Not a single note that is wrong. And that's a big river to cross. And it's becoming obvious that I'm lost. Could you put up a sign or something I can see? 'Cause that song you got is coming tight in a knot. And everybody's looking. Everybody's looking. Everybody's looking. For what I've already found. For what I've already found. Alright, mama. Well, that's it for me. It's all I could do. Yeah, I just put it all out there for you to see. Could you put up a sign or a song or a bow so I can stay afloat and get myself back to you? And everybody's looking. Everybody's looking. Everybody's looking. For what I've already found. What I've already found. Alright. What I've already found. What I've already found. That's what I'm talking about, mama. It's what I already found.
Love that.
Awesome, man. Great song. Love
Yeah.
the chord changes you're doing there. That's really nice.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Beautiful. That's right. Snooks, get him. Yeah, fantastic. Thank you, Lowry.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, Mike.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna do one more and then I gotta take off. And
Okay.
I'm gonna do this is one of my songs called
Yes.
A Place to Start.
All right, fantastic.
He was the only one who had a plan. Nobody else knew where to go. Care without fear of popular demand. That's what a leader's made of. And now we're moving backwards. I can see it coming again. Look around and soon you find your enemies, your only friends. Does anybody remember laughter? Was that carefree child really me? Did you get what you were after? What was that and how did I turn to me? We'll never reach our destination without a place to start. Finger on the trigger, back up against the wall. Go ahead and take your first shot. I realize that my agenda benefits all. Every destination needs a place to start. I'm not a destination, but a place to. And it would be so easy just to give up now. But I try as I bleed, I must succeed. Never could have done what I did if it wasn't for the ones I did it for. Every destination needs a place to. Every destination needs a place to start. Every destination needs a place to. Every destination needs a place to start. Every destination needs a place to. Every destination needs a place to start. Every destination needs a place to. Every destination needs a place to start. Sister, why so much enraged? Nobody wants to hear you. Spin like a twister, pointing all this blame. When was the last time you did anything for someone else? One comment, your one aspiration, peace in all our hearts. We'll never reach that destination without a place to start. Every destination needs a place to. Every destination needs a place to start. Every destination needs a place to. Every destination needs a place to start. Every destination needs a place to. Every destination needs a place to start. Every destination needs a place to. Every destination needs a place to start. Everybody needs, everybody needs, everybody, everybody needs, everybody needs, everybody, everybody needs, everybody needs, everybody, everybody needs, everybody needs, everybody.
Yes, what a great message. Everybody needs everybody.
Yeah, right. That's it.
Love it. We're stronger together.
Thank you. That's it. That's what it's all about.
Yep, fantastic. Mike, thank you so much. It is always such a treat when you come up and join us. I really appreciate you, friend.
Thank you. Thank you, Indy. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Mike.
I'll see you later on.
Yeah, you have a great night. We'll see you again soon.
You too.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and pull up a video here. This is 15th Ben's The Pain, a song I always have loved, but he played this last night, and I just thought with so much heaviness going on in the world right now, this was a good one for tonight too. And to all of you who are, recovering from the hurricanes and mourning the loss of loved ones from that or from other issues, or just struggling with life. We'll get into some of that more during the conversation side of things, but please go read this video description too. And much love to 15th. I think he had to take off, but thank you for being here, brother, and love this song. Please go check out 15th's live streams that he does, the roller coasters on Thursday nights. And you guys, seriously, it's like just great music throughout. So, and a great community too. All right, much love. Here is The Pain by 15th Ben.
They say it's better to have a broken heart, better than having no heart at all. Sometimes I wonder if what they say is true.
this heart, all I feel is blue. I spent my life in pain, lost in memory. The thoughts of what if never seem to see. If you cry, I hope it's not with despair, but tears of joy, or because you care. The flames of regret surround my heart. The path I chose pulled us apart. Did the distance make the heart grow any fonder? Or can you bear my thought no longer? I spent my life in pain, lost in memory. The thoughts of what if never seem to cease. If you cry, I hope it's not with despair, but tears of joy, or because you care.
Fantastic. I love that so much. And, his vocals on that. I'm so proud of you, first of all, 15th, for just putting your voice out there. I think all of us are glad that you have. And just a beautiful, beautiful, like heart-wrenching song. Love it. Glad so many of you were feeling it too. Rescue, thanks so much for coming up.
Hey, what's up, ma'am? Well,
Good to
thank
see you,
for
brother.
having me.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Still kicking.
All right. That's what we like to hear. Glad you're here. Camo, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and pull up another another song, and then I think, let me see real quick. I know we've got this one. Let me double check here. Yeah. All right, we've got this one, and then we'll go to you, Lowry, and then I'll do one more song to kind of roll us into our conversation. All right, this is the latest from Rachel A.O. I've shared a few of her songs on here before. I met her over on Terrell's channel, and I absolutely love her. I love her songwriting. She's a great person, and I love her voice. So she's got the whole package going. Rachel, love ya. This is her latest, The Fallout. Here we go.
Swimming, drowning, pushing down the thoughts of you. Daunting, haunting all the pretty pictures too. I'm accepting the truth. What about you? Wanna go for a walk, you tell me it's sunny. Baby, it's raining, we make love or we make up. You're still complaining, say you wanna be closer, but you push me, you keep changing. If this is the fallout, let's let it all crash to the ground. Just let it all out. If this is the fallout, let me fall out. Don't have to tell me where you got your battle scars. I want to comfort you, and that's what makes this hard. I get weaker and weaker, tending to you. You know it's true. Wanna go for a walk, you tell me it's sunny. Baby, it's raining, we make love or we make up. You're still complaining, say you wanna be closer, but you push me, you keep changing. If this is the fallout, let's let it all crash to the ground. Just let it all out. If this is the fallout, let me fall out. If this is the fallout, let's let it all crash to the ground. Just let it all out. If this is the fallout, let me fall out.
Beautiful.
Good stuff.
Really love her and her music. Oops, we're moving stuff. There we go. Good to see everybody coming in for the conversation side of things. Rock, much love. Tiger, good to see you. Carl, glad you're here. Donna, glad you're hanging with us.
You can tell they've been hitting the bottle kind of early too.
I mean, I don't know if you can tell that. I
they're
mean,
hitting
it's already a
illusions of
nutty bunch,
grandeur.
but I like that Michigan asked what you're singing, Rescue.
See,
Someday.
that's what I'm trying to say. They're having illusions of grandeur. The shit's just they've reached their max.
Someday we're gonna get you to sing. I've actually heard you sing a little bit here and there on your stream, so you know it's
Then
coming someday.
I will try to watch that in the future.
Nah, you got a great voice, Rescue.
What's up, Best Life?
At least she didn't mute you, Rescue.
Did I mute you?
Oh yes, she has. Oh, yeah. In mid-sentence, dude. Click.
The best was like a couple weeks ago. I was getting so like frustrated with you and Neil, and I was like, "Really, you guys are gonna make me mute you?" And I realized I'd been muted. I thought you guys were just plowing right over me. I was getting all frustrated. It was funny. It cracked me up.
As if she muted me in a blink of an eye.
I gotta rein all you guys in sometimes. We get some big personalities up here. Love you guys.
Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
Lowry, let's go ahead and do one more song. And then I've got a really great song by Michael Lanthier we're going to play to kind of bring us into the conversation side of things.
Awesome. Dig it. This song is called Jukebox Heart. It's from my first record, Awful Joy.
Awesome. The originals.
Dark spirit, blood on his teeth, a generic little dinner, oral sex with a scene, a lover with disloyalty, and salt on its wounds, a bitter drunken jerk off. Nowhere to be, spite of all his misgivings and all of the junk. He's a sparrow of fortune within a bottle of funk. Well, he's everywhere. He's got gods in his suitcase, shouting out the law. She swears by his actions, she's at his beck and call, bending light to shine on her. He touches the sun, shows his quality, a second to none. The world is a robe she wears, he puts it on for her. She wears it like it's bedtime, and he puts her to sleep, to sleep. There is a color that smells like her hair. I can't name it. It's just on the tip of my tongue. Closer, lullaby me into the jukebox of your heart. Yeah, and let the nickel slide down, 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 down. The nickel slides down, 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 down. 'Cause I'm gonna choose the track. Please hold on, you know it's gonna move ya. 'Cause I'm gonna choose the track. Please hold on, you know it's gonna soothe ya. I'm inside of a palace with a queen. She made of sugar and pasteurized cream. I'm a stone playing electric guitar without a chord. And you're waiting on planet 9 for space mail. It never comes. No, it never comes. It never comes. It never comes. No. And let the nickel slide down, 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 down. Let the nickel slide down, 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 down. 'Cause I'm gonna choose the track. Please hold on, and your waist gonna move you. 'Cause I'm gonna choose the track. Please hold on, you know it's gonna move you. 'Cause I'm gonna pick the song. Please hold on, you know it's gonna soothe you. 'Cause I'm gonna choose the track. Please hold on, you know it's gonna move you. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, mama.
Beautiful, Lowry.
Thank you. Always
Thank
a
you so
pleasure.
much.
Always a
Yeah,
pleasure.
thank you so much for being here. Are you going to stay up for conversation?
Yeah, I'm gonna lurk. You know,
Awesome. Love it.
You know me. If I hear something, I might pop in, but I'm mostly gonna lurk. So, but
Fantastic.
thank you again for
Lurkers
everything.
welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Lowry. And much love to Nicole, too.
Yeah, I'll tell her. Cheers.
Okay, thanks. Anti, thank you for sharing this. This is the next stream I have posted here. It's for next week, and it's flipped. So we'll be having the conversation first and then music. I got a lot of feedback that people like that, like it that way too. And we kind of get some different people that are able to come in. So thank you for that. Okay, our last song here to bring us into our conversation side of the stream is by, it's a cover of In Time by Mark Colley. And this is Michael Lanthier or Wolf 7 Music. You guys, please go and check out his channel. He had taken his channel down and put up a new one, so he really could use the subs. And such a great guy. He's been up here on panel before and is often around. And we just really appreciate you, Michael, and glad that you're back at the music and putting it out there for all of us to enjoy. I love this. I wish it was like 5 times as long as it is. All right, here we go. In Time, a cover of Mark Colley by Michael Lanthier.
Hear what you're thinking, all your doubts and fear. And if you look in my eyes, in time you'll find the reason I'm here. In time all things shall pass away. In time you may come back today to live once more, or die once more. But in time your time will be no more. You know your days are numbered, count them one by one. Just like the notches in the handle of my favorite gun. You can outrun the devil if you try, but you'll never outrun the hands of time. In time there'll surely come a day, in time all things shall pass away. In time you may come back, some say, to live once more, die once more. But in time your time will be no more.
I love that so much. His voice is so great. I love it. I hope you guys love that too. Thanks, Michael. Right? Tiger says, I don't know which I like more, his voice or his tats. Right? I was checking out his ink too. Love it. I'm with you, Tiger.
I saw the trees were kind of, I was going, damn, well, you could have like the piney woods on your arm.
That's funny. Yeah, there's a tattoo I've wanted for a long time that has sentimental meaning. That's 3 pine trees. Just like, anyway, yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
Wolf is amazing.
Yeah,
I mean,
he is. He's so
he gets
talented.
better and better.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But I love his vocals on that one, and it's just so gritty. I love that. So well done. I'm just glad he's putting out more music for all of us. All right, there's a link I'm going to share in the chat. It's by Dax. A lot of you know him already. I had shared kind of a part of this huge collaboration he did. He does this often. He asks other artists and people to make clips and post them, send them into him, and then he compiles them and makes them into his songs. So this is a remix of his songs, God's Eyes, and included a couple of my favorites that people had sent in. It's a great song, but unfortunately I can't play it or I'll get blocked. So there's the link. I just wanted to share it with all of you. And thank you, Anti, for posting all the links for the panel and for the playlist. Here's the link for Michael Lanthier's. Fantastic. All right. Okay. We are going to shift gears into our conversation side of things. Neil, thank you for coming up. I want to make sure I said hi, that you're up here. We'll put names up for a second. Snooks, thank you for coming up as well. Appreciate you all being here. Yeah. Okay, so the first video we're going to play is actually, right, Donna? I know, an amazing voice. The first video we're going to play is actually a response that I got from Sandy P. She was here earlier in the stream. I'm guessing she's sleeping now, which is good. But I had played a video of hers last week, and we all had kind of had a conversation around it based on the hurricane, Helene, and anticipating what was coming with, why am I forgetting the name?
Milton.
What was it? Thank you, Milton. I was going to say Melvin. Milton. That's right, Milton. And just kind of a response to that. It is from a few days back, so it's not the most updated, but I thought it'd be a good one to play. So, Bran, if you can pull that one up, that would be great. It's the link by Sandy P, which I know is quite a ways up now in the chat. Let me make sure it's there. Okay, yeah. And yeah, I just wanted to have us kind of have a chance to talk. I've got a couple other videos we're going to play tonight too that have to do with weather manipulation, because it's a topic that has come up with all of this. And I know that there's a lot of us here that are kind of land on different sides of that issue. So I thought it'd be a good thing to kind of focus on for a little bit. And then we'll kind of see where else, what else comes up and where else this night goes. All right. So this is the update from Sandy P. There we go.
Well, good morning, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Today is Saturday, October the 5th, 2024. 6 a.m. Bright and early. Early bird gets the worm. Thank you, IndependentMany, for using one of my videos on your live stream last night. I'm sorry I didn't come over and be on the live stream. I was exhausted. I went to bed early. I go to bed early and get up early. I wanted to talk about a few things you guys were talking about last night on your live stream. Yes, there are 2 major lithium deposits in western North Carolina mountains, down just around Asheville, Black Mountain, Chimney Rock area, right there a little bit. There is a major quartz mine, some of the purest quartz that you can find in the United States, if not the world. In Spruce Pine, North Carolina, they got a quartz mine there. And that's one of the affected areas. But I saw a video this morning on Jokebook where a lady doing a short reel thing, and she asked Alexa if the government seeded Hurricane Helena, and Alexa said yes, they did, in order for it to cause more destruction than it would have normally without it. I don't have an Alexa. I don't want the government listening in. I've already got enough laptop and tablet and phone from to listen to. I don't need Alexa to help them out. They have already started saying that I'm sorry, they're even showing on the internet where the state of North Carolina is already starting to evict the people off their land from the storm, saying that they have deemed it too dangerous, that they're shutting off the power, they're shutting off the water, they're shutting off everything to these properties. And the people have 30 days to get off the property, or they will be arrested or whatever they do for trespassing. How can you trespass somebody on their own property? They own it. They right out own the property, and you're going to evict them off of it because of a storm. That makes no sense. Of course, I'm not a government official or anything like that. I don't know for sure how they can do that, but they are starting it. They are starting to evict the people off their property. The people and the mountain people are very resilient people. They might have gotten hit hard by this storm, but they ain't going to stay down. We've been hit before. We've struggled before and got back up and made it. It was better than when we got knocked down. On the money thing, yeah, the government's saying, "Oh, we'll give you $750 per person because of the storm." But you have to go online to apply. Excuse me. Yeah. These people does not have power. They don't have internet. They don't have self-service, nothing. So how are these people going to apply for help online? And where the FEMA trucks are coming in, they're parking down here and telling the people up here that is trapped and can't get out that they need to make their way down here to get help. How is that helping the people? It don't make sense. It's just a lot of confusion. A lot of confusion. And they are starting to threat to arrest people for helping people. You have to get a permit to go help. They are trying to ground helicopters, people's private helicopters that has been going and rescuing these people out of these flooded areas. And they're grounding them, telling them they can't do it. What in the hell is that about? That don't make no sense. It's like you are wanting these people to die. You're wanting their property. I was watching on IndependentMany's stream this morning when I got up. I just have a lot of questions about it. I feel that they are going to do a land grab, especially over in western North Carolina, because of the lithium, because of the quartz. And yeah, the government, they think they can do whatever they want to do, and they can get by with it, just like they have with the immigrants, using all the FEMA money to bring and coddle the illegal immigrants. Now I have to say, I gotta say this, even though I don't believe in them bringing all these people over. If I lived in a third world country and my family was starving, and I had the opportunity to get paid money to go into the United States of America to get money to feed my family, I would do it. I would go to another country. But at the same time, like somebody said, why don't they fight for their own country and take it back? So, yeah. That could be a conversation about in its own right there. All I can say is keep these people in your prayers. Keep these people in your prayers. All right. I'm still getting woke up, so yeah, I'm going to end this now. Talk to you guys later. Bye.
Miss Sandy P, she's pretty cool. She always comes in the mornings.
Yep. Yeah, I've seen her around for a long time, and I'm really glad she's been putting out these videos. And thank you so much, Sandy, for doing that response too. It was really great to see the next. Actually, I saw it like that later Friday night, Saturday morning, and really appreciate that. And I think she brings up a lot of good points, a lot of things that we had talked about, and the lithium and quartz mines. I mean, it does make it super sus to me that it seems like these things are happening in Maui too. Right where, there's already things in process for the government trying to take land, and then here it hits. So
they do it all the time. They've done it forever. I wonder if there is any rule to eminent domain.
It's tricky because I think when there's emergency orders in place, they're being used to kind of trump everything else. Trump everything else that's going, that, the Constitution, the normal law. So I think they're being used in ways they probably weren't intended to be used. But it's like these weird loopholes in our system that are all getting revealed through corruption, as far as I can see it, or takeover.
I think it started out as a kind of it's one of them things. It kind of had that like a good start, but it got twisted, all corrupted, because as you know, as we industrialize pipelines and all this transportation stuff, so that's where some of that comes in. Not saying it's right, but it's just, you can see where some of the business thinking. This right here, though, I don't know. I just think this right here is going to be a cluster because they're just unprepared. So, I mean, you can go with the whole, they planned everything and they're all just sitting back watching TV, watching it happen, but it doesn't matter because they're disorganized. Right. And so they're not used to this. And I will point out just a few things. So when you hear about not letting people land, not bringing in choppers, keep in mind that the feds don't, I mean, yeah, that's one thing. You can do the FEMA dance, but what you really need to watch is why is the mayor of that town not letting somebody come in? Why is the sheriff that's elected not letting somebody come in? Why is a governor of a state not letting people come in? So it's easy. Yeah. That's why you'll hear FEMA. And yeah, that's whatever. That's been a disorder.
Sheriff could still be top dog.
But it's the local stuff. And that's where your response is. The hard one, the good ones are like, bring me as much as you can. The ones that are corrupted as shit are going, no. I played a video this morning from Sean Ryan's show, and it's two guys. One is a guy with an organization called Aerial Recovery. They're an international organization, and they're vets. They're soft operators and stuff, SEALs, Delta, all that good stuff. And there's
Thanks,
the guy.
Tiger. I got it. I'm going to try to pull it up in a little bit. Thank you.
The second guy is a guy from Florida. And DeSantis is just, I think he said it was in the past 2 years it's been established, but it's almost like a storm response team. And so that's their job. And that Hurricane Helene was their first technical mission. And he actually heard about it and flew his own plane up and then got a hold of his team in Florida, and they started bringing up choppers and stuff. But he even talks about engaging a sheriff and a fire chief in this little town. It was Lake Shore or something. It was Lake something. And he encountered all these roadblocks, and he was going, yeah, we're looking at, there's these deputies just standing around. And it's like, what are you standing around for? People need to be rescued. Well, they worked their way in, finally get in a confrontation with a fire chief and a sheriff. And really the prompt was it and I thought it was kind of ironic that this special team that had come in was from Michigan. And they apparently, the governor of North Carolina outsourced rescue missions, and actually, from the sound of it, put it out for bids. And this Michigan little response team got the thing. And they even talked about when they first walked into the little fire building, they saw them sitting there. They're like, man, these are middle-aged guys that can't even make it 200 yards up a hill.
Yeah.
So it was they were there for the money. So
well, I saw a video. I wish I could find it. I was trying to find it, and I guess I didn't save it. I just had it. Anyway, I couldn't find the video. But Southern Sewn and Grown, some of you know her, Wendy. And actually, if you wouldn't mind sharing her link, that'd be great. There was a great conversation that happened on her stream a few nights back, and she played a video. And I can't remember the organization, but it was a group, but it was through FEMA. And they were, the way that they talked about the people they were there to serve was disgusting. They literally were talking about how like in an almost like smirking way, they were talking about how the people there, their eyes were all glazed over. And the way they were saying it implied like they were idiots or something. Like, yeah, like, like they're not all there. Their eyes are all glazed over. And these are people who have just lost everything. I'm going to get irate talking about it. I'm like, it was horrible. And they were saying how they already had enough supplies. They had more than they could give out. And it's because they were sitting in an open kind of like, I guess not really a warehouse. It was smaller than that, but like an open room building. And there were a lot of supplies, but not nearly enough for what they're going to need. And the problem was they were waiting at that location for people to come to them to get the supplies. So they were saying that they didn't really need to take in more supplies right now. This is the message they were sending out to the public. They didn't need to take in more supplies right now because they have more than they're able to get out. But it's because they weren't doing anything to bring it to people where they were. They were just waiting for people to come to them with these smirks on their faces as they're like mocking the people that they were there to help. It was disgusting. It was absolutely disgusting.
Can I interject here?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Thank you. This may not sound, I don't know, right, but the private people that try to come in with the helicopters and the private parties that try to come in to help, do you think that there's a problem with the state insurance? If these people get hurt, are they going to turn around and sue the state?
I think that's probably a big part of it is liability.
I mean, it's just a thought.
No, I do. I think I said that last week too. I think that is a big part of their, having to have the bureaucracy behind it all. And I do understand that side of things. But when you're talking about people whose loved ones are buried under mud, I mean, you need to let some of those things go. And that's what emergency orders are really for. That's why we have things like emergency orders, so that they can say, yeah, normally we do things this way, but in this situation, we need to do things a different way. And that's not how they're being used.
No, I definitely think that the ethics and morals should be brought into it when you're trying to help recover bodies that they can't even go and do themselves.
That's actually those two guys I was just talking about. They ended up spending some of their flight time sending the actual FEMA people that supposedly were sent there with saws to go help. And it's like, so get it. Oh, well, we don't have a way up. And it's like, really? So it's kind of like you send somebody half-assed. Hey, here, guy, take this chainsaw, go cut the wood. Well, how am I going to get there? Well, we don't know that part, but just show up with the saw.
Yeah, well, let me say this about FEMA. FEMA. You know what? You know how we feel in Florida since Hurricane Helene and before it even hit? And DeSantis will even say this. F you, FEMA. You don't need to come to our state. We will take care of ourselves.
Right. And then just get out of the way, because that's the problem. Then it's the government that's getting in the way of the people helping themselves, helping each other.
That won't happen in Florida. I can guarantee you that. Now, North Carolina, it's a tragedy. It's a tragedy down south of Florida. I myself was very blessed. But you try and keep me away from my family. If they're in trouble, you will have to arrest my ass and put it in jail for the rest of my life, because I will take you down.
Yeah.
I'm getting so heated right now. I will take your butt out.
Some of the chopper, forced down stuff, from what I've picked up, is a lot of what you're hearing, how they were grounded. And it's because Biden was flying in and they actually issued like a 4-hour no-fly zone over that whole area. And he didn't even land. He didn't even land. All he did was fly around, and then it was really sad. And I actually missed this little clip, but then I don't watch the news. It wasn't until the aerial recovery guy was talking about it, and then Sean Ryan shows a clip of it. But they literally catch him after he goes back. He lands. He gets on Air Force One. He flies back to the White House, and as he's walking across the lawn that night, the reporters are asking him about the damage and what they need. And this dude literally didn't even know what the hell they were talking about and what storm, and even says that.
Yeah, he said hurricane. What hurricane?
I didn't know what storm you were talking about. And it's like, dude, you just flew around it and came back.
Actually, that was in the video too. They didn't even know what town they were in at the time they said it. They said we already went to they named 2 other towns where there were other FEMA groups at, and then they couldn't remember the name of the town they were in to serve.
Oh man, and all them first responders were so pissed off because they got up, they were going to be fixing to deploy out, and all of a sudden it got grounded, and it's like, what? And it's like, so he could do a fly around, and it's like, man, there are people up there.
Yeah.
We got shit to do.
I want to read this comment from Wildlife Watch. He said, I saw a video that was so hard, feet on the ground, urging people to help on a private level, as apparently now North Carolina victims are committing suicide. They lost their will to live. It was heartbreaking. And I've heard the same. I've heard that there are people that are taking their own lives because they're starving, they're trapped, and they don't know what else to do.
Well, there's so many people that don't even know how bad it really is. That's what this one guy, out of the Florida response team that was up there, he said they would land and there'd be like this family and they're all like in a good mood, and they'd go, hey, you want to start evacuating? Oh, no, we don't need to evacuate. We're fine. Power will be out for a week or so. But it's like, no, you don't understand how bad this is. And then they would show them videos down miles and miles of the river and how it's all wiped. And it's like, there's no access to you. There probably won't be access for 3-6 months. There's going to have to be roads cut in and stuff to get access back. And they were just like starting to kind of go, oh shit, and they weren't prepared for that. See, people they're thinking like a typical storm thing, like, power's out. Okay, fine, week or two. And because they're so isolated where they are, they don't really understand the whole damage that was done to the whole area. So that's the shock.
Never underestimate the government's ability to use an event to its advantage.
Right. Yeah, Tiger says FEMA never really helped anyone in Mississippi during Katrina either, right? Yeah, remember they had everybody go into the stadium and all the problems that happened there, and then they were doing a gun grab and taking weapons from lawful citizens who had them at a time when they would need them because there were so many looters and everything else. It's crazy. It's just crazy. It's all
FEMA's
back afterwards.
Matter of fact, DeSantis had to come up with the right idea. I hope other states follow that same principle, and actually communities need to follow that, like get with neighbors in your community. And it's like, if this happened, where's the high point? What could you use as a landing zone? Where could you store goods?
Right, sell.
And, this is, I don't know. And I don't mean this in a bad way, but I wouldn't get caught up on too much of all how this went down as to learning from it to be prepared for if it happens again.
Rescue, was it you that played that?
Hold on a second. I'm sorry. Gia, I didn't hear about Bill. I'm going to have to go check that out. I'm hoping it's not the worst. But if you could just put a brief update in the link in the chat, I'd appreciate that.
Shouldn't rely on the government at all for anything.
That I 100% agree with.
That's you come up with your community plan. How would you respond? Your governor, put in a better governor. Like that North Carolina governor, in all honesty, if you look at all the assets at the available to him, that dude should have like the rock star gold standard of storm rescue unit, because like he has access to literally parajumpers. You got Hueys, you got C-17s, you got access to shit.
Democratic governor, isn't he?
Yep. That's why elections have consequences.
That tells you everything.
Rescue, was it you that played the footage of that helicopter causing all the damage with its rotor wash?
Yeah, I did that. And then somebody else did that. Who was it?
I seen where.
Yeah, I have that video we can play if we want to.
Did anybody find out who it was? Follow-up news on it that they grounded the pilot and the crew or whatever. So they're, obviously a government.
It was a government deal. Yep, and they got grounded. So
Yeah,
they actually got they suffered ramifications. So that at least that's a sign it wasn't intentional.
Yeah.
Doesn't make it good, but
I'm gonna shift gears here for a second, you guys, and pull up something. And I'm gonna try to get through it without crying, but this was just brought to my attention. I'm probably gonna fail miserably. All right. Thank you, GeoGebra, for sharing this. I do appreciate it. All right, let me pull this up. Some of you guys know Sons of Liberty, Bill Bailey. Okay. He said, "Hello, my fellow patriots. Sadly, my days have become very short. I want to thank all of you for joining our community of fellow Americans wanting to save our representative constitutional republic by keeping honest elections. This national movement all started when I simply exercised my First Amendment rights by requesting information regarding the 2020 election, but they refused to give me any information. So with the aid of Matt DePerno, another national hero, I ultimately ended up suing to get the information that should have been freely given. I believe a lot of progress has been made restoring election integrity since the 2020 election, but not nearly enough. I hope and pray that Trump wins, saving our republic, and the world for that matter, from certain disaster. By the way, I've already voted for Trump and hope to still be here to learn the results. Lastly, I pray that you have accepted Jesus Christ for your Lord and Savior. For God so loved the world that he gave his only son, that whoever believes in him should not perish, but have eternal life." John 3:16. God, country, family, MAGA.
amen. Bill was awesome.
Yep. I think he's still with us. I think he's just saying that his days are numbered. And for those of you who don't know, he's been fighting cancer. Fuck cancer. And Bill is...
That dude is rock solid. Like that dude has literally physically flipped the finger to Biden to his face.
Right? It's one of my favorite stories. Bill is an absolute national hero. And if the history books were ever written accurately about the time we've lived through, he would make it in there. Absolute hero. And Bill, I love you so much. I'll be praying for you, continuing to pray for you and for Renee. And just thank you for the example you've set for so many of us. Appreciate you, brother, and much love.
Spark
And
that lit many fires.
Yep. Who is Bill Bailey? That's Bill Bailey. Love you. Right. Okay, keep talking. Thank
Bill
you
Bailey?
for sharing that
You're
with
Bill
us,
Bailey, and you're Bill Bailey, and
right?
you're Bill Bailey, and you're Bill Bailey.
If you know, you know.
That's it.
Brandon's asking a question about if it was a Black Hawk.
Say that again.
Brand's asking a question about Black Hawk. I must have missed something.
Yeah, we're back that helicopter.
Watch thing. Do we want to play that video?
Well, okay, go.
It was a Black Hawk from what I heard.
It was a Black Hawk.
Yeah, it's a UH-60 Black Hawk.
Yeah, I sent the story to Jeff. I saw that.
Yeah, I can grab that one.
There's different debates about that.
Well, I gotta say, I'm still kind of. I mean, I get it because it's been it was a government chopper and they've been grounded and stuff. But I gotta say, man, it sure is hard to see any tail letters on that thing.
But it's also the thing with the Black Hawk. They're also saying, and there was two sides to this. You know, I feel like they did it on purpose. Some people are saying, no, the Black Hawks cost so much money. Why would they take a chance on possibly hurting the chopper by going that low and doing that? To me, it looked like it was on purpose.
Anybody who did that was acting out of some kind of
it was a Fed plane. It was a Fed copter.
Well, if you've been around any kind of landing of those things, it's not like a car. You don't just like come to a stop. So there is a big wash that comes with it. Yeah. Accidents like that can very well happen. It's happened actually being deployed. I mean, my God, we've called in medevacs that know exactly where they're going, what they're going for. And when they land, that wash can knock all kinds of shit away and go, okay. So it can happen, and them being punished and it being validated kind of that, yes, it was, and they've been punished, then that kind of leans me towards non-intentional. That was a cluster.
Well, it's a government. I mean, it's a government copter. There's no doubt about it. It's a Fed copter.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and play the video. Brand, I'm going to drop it right now in the private chat. And I just added it to the playlist. So if you want to grab it, it'll be down at the bottom. Right there.
There is a couple Black Hawks in private hands.
Can I have a second or two just to ask a question? I know all this stuff that has happened. It's already happened in the North Carolina area, and there's nothing we can do other than report on it. But there is something we can do, and I asked this question. Seeing what's happened, what has each one of us done to help prepare our own families in the case of anything like that might happen in our areas?
Well, in Florida, we stay prepped.
Yeah, that's life right here. I mean, we
I
have
just
a
wanna
whole landing zone. We have a deployment for emergency resources, the whole 9 yards. It's
I just want to say one thing, and I'm sorry, going back to camo, and then I'll stop. Yes, there are private people that own those, and that would be BlackRock, and that again would be government, and that's just my opinion.
No, there's even some people on YouTube called the Diesel Brothers that have their
Yeah.
own.
This
There's
was not a
lots of
diesel
people.
brother. This was not a
There's-
diesel brother. That's my
No, but they
opinion.
went down there with theirs to help.
But
Well,
they wouldn't
remember
do
this
that.
too.
All right, whatever.
You know, Bran, this
Right.
happened in Canada, but I remember during lockdowns, or no, I'm sorry, I think it was during the trucker convoy, and then also it was like that kind of went along with the supply chain issues that were happening there and here. And there was a prepper who came forward that he was someone who had put a lot of, he was a well-known prepper. I don't remember his name, but he had, someone that had a channel that had put all their information out basically of their preps. And the government was trying to confiscate his goods, saying that they were needed. It was like kind of like an eminent domain type idea, but with his things in order to take them to give out through FEMA.
That's exactly true.
Yeah. And then also that kind of reminded me, but I think it might be in one of the videos I have tonight, but I'm not sure if it's one I chose for tonight or not. But anyway, FEMA has been apparently claiming like private groups that have gone in, like is it Bear Independent and Guns and Gadgets? There's a bunch of different channels. I think Pinball, I think, has been in there too. There's a lot of different people that have been in, helping privately. And apparently FEMA has been claiming a lot of their organization, a lot of what they've been doing as their own.
They have. They've been taking the goods and they've been distributing it as their own. But you have to look at it this way. It's not good what they're doing, but if the goods are getting distributed to the people that need them, then it's kind of a balancing act there.
Ooh, a 2-pointer. So that Blackhawk was identified as a North Carolina National Guard chopper.
Okay. Thanks for finding that out, Rescue. All right, let's go ahead and play the video for those who haven't seen it. It's just a couple minutes long.
That's why training's important too.
Good to see you, Wingnut. Thanks for coming up and joining us.
And this
Hey,
is
what's
so
going on,
hard.
gang?
Hey there, Wayne.
How do you weather everything Wingnet by
Hey,
you?
Yeah, how are you doing down there?
Oh yeah,
Wingnet?
we didn't get a whole lot over on my end. I mean, it was mostly in Central Florida. I'm up here in the Panhandle. It didn't really get much over here. I got wind. That's about it.
Mm-hmm.
I
Good.
just,
I'm
I
glad
just
to
want
hear
to
that.
say, Wingnut, thank you for reaching out to me and checking on me before and after.
Well, I
That meant
knew
a,
it was
that meant a
generally in
lot
your
to me.
direction.
Yeah,
And
I
yeah,
got a
so I
Cat
mean,
1, but it was very nice. If I'd felt
yeah, so
really, if I was really worried, I probably would have driven up to you, and I
Hey,
would
I
have
gotta
brought
say,
food. It's always a good idea to do that. I would have brought food.
Florida has a new icon, dude. That Lieutenant Dan dude needs to become
Oh,
like
yes.
the Florida icon. Like,
Yes.
come to
I
Florida,
saw him.
visit Lieutenant Dan.
Awesome. He
Wait a
is
minute.
Florida man. Like,
Okay, I got
That
to.
dude's
Who is
badass.
Lieutenant Dan? I
yeah.
get so lost in the things.
you want to tell the story you read
The guy
to?
that was stayed in his boat.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
stayed
Yeah,
in
he was
his
the one
boat,
that
and
stayed
he's
in his boat
one-legged.
during the hurricane.
He's a
He felt
one-legged
like
dude.
God told him
Yeah.
to. He
That's
said
it.
God
He said
told
he
him to
sold his
enter.
property. He
Didn't
feels
know
God
that.
told him to sell his property and go to Florida and buy a boat.
Oh, well,
So
good
that's
for
what he
him.
did.
Yeah, and it was. I loved his answer to the people who were like, "Oh, we're concerned." He's like, "Dude, don't concern. Hell, everything lived on Noah's Ark. Everything on land
Yeah, the
died. I'm gonna
safest
be
place to
fine."
be. The safest place to be during
Yeah,
a hurricane's in a boat. Look at Noah.
God,
Like,
just
yeah.
imagine.
I love that answer. That was a beautiful answer. Yeah.
Can we get
Unless
back?
you ever worked
did you
in
catch
Florida
them?
as a hurricane repairman who's gone and picked up yachts out of the intercoastal waterway that sank, that would be a good answer. But I've actually.
But did you guys see that there's people?
The next morning was badass.
I can't remember the name of the channel where I saw him. It was a channel not familiar to me, but they like were giving him. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to tell it well because I don't know what it is. But they're giving him some access to some kind of social media platform where they're going to be able to help him have an income coming in because of this. And they're buying him a new boat that's worth like $50,000 to $100,000, so that people can follow online his like journey and adventures on this new boat. And he told a little bit about his life, and he has had a rough life. He's made some mistakes, and he's also just had some like major challenges that he's faced. And it's just one of those like feel good stories that comes out of all this bullshit.
Yep.
Pretty
let
awesome.
Go and let God. And that's what he'll tell you too.
Exactly.
Just give it over to God. God's got it.
Oops is on it too. He said, and everyone thinks I'm crazy for building my ark. Nice.
Yeah, that dude rocks. The next morning, somebody caught him sitting there, and he was just kind of looking at the phone, and he was just looking at stuff. And somebody said, "How you doing?" He goes, "Oh, I'm fine." And then he says something about being stoned. He said, "I just got through burning a joint. I'm stoned, just chilling."
Right.
And it was like all the people are tripping. Are you okay? Are you okay? I'm fine.
Yeah, I know.
The people with the microphone are standing out in the storm and shit. Like, "Are you okay?" And it's like he's looking out from the little cover, going, "I'm fine." Like,
oh, that reminded me of something else, but I want to read this comment first and make sure everybody saw this. Anti said that this is called the Hilo doing a prop wash, and it's an attack tactic. So yeah, I'd heard it called that, but I didn't realize it's always an attack tactic, which just goes.
It's not always. It's also an inexperienced pilot who's never been put in that position, who's in the National Guard and wants to try and help and fucked up.
That was intentional to me, but I guess it's possible.
I'm sorry. I respect the National Guard.
I don't think there was actually any place for that. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I was going to agree. I'm probably going to agree with you. There was no place for it to land anyway.
Right. Exactly.
I like the National Guard. I respect them. I hate to think that they'd be doing this on purpose.
To me, it looked like he was going for an open. If you kind of openly view that parking lot as it starts to dip down and show you the layout, you can. To me, it kind of looks like there's a barer section than the rest. And that's kind of where, and then it was like the wash was hitting and starting to hit all the stock, and then he kind of comes off, which in a chopper, you actually pull back. So it's not like you can just go, "Oh shit, okay, zoop." You got to pull back, which is actually going to create a little bit more wash.
Hey,
and then he
Melted
veered off.
Zone,
He's
thanks for
going
joining
wide,
us.
like he was still looking for a place that he might have could have landed. That's just my 2 cents.
Right. Well, I mean, that was the thing. He did a couple of rounds. You know what I mean? He did a couple of. He came around a couple of times. So.
It just looked like an inexperienced pilot who had never been put in a position like that and wanted to help and fucked up. That's what I think.
Well, I mean, then that just goes.
Well, that's
to
what
show
kind of
that there's
irritated
all
me
these
about.
Experienced pilots that are being grounded, and then there's someone who doesn't know not to land right by the supplies. I mean, that's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a hard
Exactly.
one.
It's kind of like that guy that was threatened by arrest for trying to rescue that couple on the mountain. Yes,
He was from Florida
by the
too.
fire chief of all people too. Right.
Yeah, he was from Florida.
No, that was in North Carolina. That was in North Carolina.
Yeah, he
No,
was
the
from
dude
South
came
Carolina.
from. I thought he came from Florida.
I
He owns
thought
a.
that same thing.
No.
But yeah,
Oh,
it came
okay.
from South
Well,
Carolina.
yeah. Well, somebody from Florida went up in
Yeah.
a smaller helicopter. They have racetracks here.
Right, Bran.
But maybe they're in South Carolina and own the racetracks here. I don't know now.
I will say, damn, I can't remember I think the guy was talking about there was a Harley Davidson dealer up there that apparently is ran by a soft operator vet. And he's actually apparently cleared this whole area or something that is a staging of a landing zone and a deployment staging area or something he was getting bragged about when I was listening to an interview. That's pretty.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Did you guys see the footage of Anderson Cooper out in the storm?
Yes, and Florida was hoping he'd get blown into the water.
I don't know. Every To time me, he it shows, what's his? To me, it just seemed like, what did he do to get on the shit list to have to actually be out in this? You know what I mean? Because I don't know. It just seems to
He's
me
an
like,
effing lib.
yeah, it seems to me like there was that was probably some kind of sacrifice, if you know, for
Well, that's
something.
what somebody did say that in chats. How come he got punished?
Right, exactly.
He must have made a comment.
Yeah.
He made a comment on one of his little shows or something, and they wasn't taken kindly.
Right.
Okay, you get to go to Florida and be out in the hurricane and film
Yeah.
it.
You know what? You go report on the storm. It sounds like a good plan.
That's a good point. Dee, thank you so much for becoming a member, and much love to you. Glad you're here.
Do you mind if I talk about the hurricane? I didn't want to do it in the chat because I didn't want the focus taken off of you streaming.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, no,
Unless
I told you.
Unless you don't want to go there.
I object.
About the hurricane? Of course. That's what we're talking about, weather manipulation and hurricanes.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
well-
give it
That's why I object about her talking about it.
What are you going to object about me talking for?
I don't know. It just felt
You
like the
know
thing
you
to
have
say.
such a crush on me. You got to get over this. Neil, it's
Awesome,
okay.
Bran. I'm gonna wait. When you hear that
It's
one live, Bran, when you write it.
Anyway, yeah. God, I forgot what I was going to say now. See what you did to me, Neil? Dang you. You
I
always
think you were
do
going to
that.
give an about the update. hurricane.
Oh, tell about the hurricane. Thank you. God, I swear. Anyway, yes, I went through it. It was a cat 1. It was going to be a cat 2. It downgraded, which probably saved the roof on my house. I actually slept through the worst of it because I figured whatever's going to happen to me is going to happen. If I wake up, I wake up. If I don't, I don't. I'm good with God. I'll go to heaven. It was scary. I certainly did not get the worst of it that a lot of other counties did down south. I lost my power Wednesday night at 11:30 and didn't think I'd have it on till about Sunday, and it actually came back on at 1:30 today. So I am so blessed. I didn't lose any food in the refrigerator, freezer, nothing. I lost some big, big limbs off of a tree in my backyard, which are probably going to be sawed off and taken away tomorrow that I can't take care of.
Mhm.
But even my back porch screening didn't get hurt. I sat out on the back porch during the beginning of it. And that's when I have good talks with God. I did it at the last hurricane.
Well, I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah, I was really glad when you got power back, Snooks.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I had so
Has
many people.
anybody-
Indy reached. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, no, I was going to say, has anybody heard anything from Bug Out Bushido?
Yeah, I talked to him. He's good. He just had some matter of fact, he said, I guess the night that it was moving in, the next morning, he actually had to cut a tree that was across his road getting to the house. But other than that, he just got
Okay.
some trees and stuff. Everything else is
Good.
good.
Glad to hear he's okay. What about survival
Yeah, he's a
living?
little
Isn't he down in your
south.
area? Isn't he down in your area too, Wingnut? Survival living? No, he's south of Orlando.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm up in the Panhandle though. So
Yeah,
like
actually,
west of Tallahassee.
Actually, Orlando didn't get hit that hard, and I thought they were, so I'm glad they didn't.
Yeah, I got
like
family
said,
in Orlando and Daytona.
So
Yeah, they didn't do bad. Daytona didn't do bad. Thank God you didn't do bad. I just want to thank the people that reached out to me. Indy was checking on me. Frank Turzo checked on me. Of course, Lady C. In fact, I called her
Mhm.
on the cell phone. Wing emailed me a couple times. People in Jeff's Discord. It was amazing. You find out during these times who your real friends are, and the ones that you thought were friends just all of a sudden are disappearing. Now, I'm not laying blame on them or saying anything. I'm just very grateful for the ones that did come forward and contact me.
Right. We
I
were talking
mean,
about that earlier during the music section too, like about just how important it is to have community, and that's great online, but we also do need to have those people in real life too. Like Neil was saying, those communities that need to come together,
well, I'm such a
well,
loner and an
communication is
introvert.
key.
Well, but I'm such a loner, my next door neighbors, and I've lived here a long time, she did contact me and say, we're not going anywhere. We're going to be here if you need anything. But I'm not close to anybody. So I really don't have anybody. I do have
Yeah.
some family and they're kicking in to help. But yeah, I'm such a loner. I don't have any good friends here. I don't have any friends around me. And I'm okay with that, except when it comes to this particular time, I have to say last night I got to a very stressful breaking point. And thank
Mhm.
goodness I had an online friend I could call that helped me through it.
Yeah, that's good.
And I don't usually get
I'm
like
glad for
that.
that.
Yeah, I just
Mhm.
don't ever get like that. So, and
Well,
I
you're
do
going
not like
going
to
through
ask for
something
help.
big. I mean,
I don't like to ask for help. It's one
right.
of
I'm
the
like that
hardest
too.
thing I ever have to do.
Mhm.
And
I do
even
want to read this
so
comment here from Tiger. She said, I'm just saying everyone needs to remember everything isn't a conspiracy theory and everyone isn't out to get us. The military now isn't who was there in Katrina. They are babies. Yeah, and I agree. I know. And even with, we're going to get in just a minute. I'm going to play one of these weather manipulation videos and kind of get into that conspiracy, if you want to call it that. But that said, it doesn't mean that that's necessarily what happened here. I just think there are some people, and we talked about this last week, who don't believe that it's a reality that weather can be manipulated. And I think there's some points that are made in these videos that are good to see.
I'm not going to ever say it
Damn it,
can't
Dennis.
be because
Yeah,
I
I
want to keep my
was
mind.
reading that too.
I want to keep my mind open, but I believe in
Mhm.
God and Mother Nature
Thanks,
first.
Dee. Love ya.
Anything else is going to come way down the line.
Well, you can see so much kind of bad that, and I get it. So you question everything, but you also always
No,
want
I
to keep in
don't.
mind that
Right.
there's,
Yeah, I
well,
look
okay. I mean, I do. I'll put it then.
Well,
You're
no,
right. I'll rephrase that.
maybe
So
I should. Maybe I
I,
should though.
I
Good night,
do
OG.
question things, but I use like a data, my own data bank. And so
Who's in here
there's
earlier,
stuff that
Dee.
I know that are common. It's like with this, I've been in these scenarios with the hurricanes and actually having to get people and all that. So I can kind of form in my mind and up there. And if you haven't experienced it, I remember seeing some little newbies down here, rookies that are doing it, and you're kind of having to explain. So I can see that causing issues up there. The total unawareness, unknowledgeable, not experienced it. And it's easy. I could judge them because down here it's normal. It's like in Florida, it's Hurricane Alley kind of. It's like
Right, Dennis.
we're used to it.
Glad you're okay.
They
You
weren't,
do get
and
them bad.
that's never. I think somebody said it's been like 100 years or something since something like that has happened. Matter of fact, there was even talk. Some of this river footage you see, you think
Good
it
to see
was
you,
wide
John.
to begin with, and it wasn't. Some of that river footage originally, one dude that has a house there said no, the river was like 10 foot wide, and it was only about a foot deep right there. But the rush of water that came down literally carved a new path. And so,
Oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Like
I wonder
I
how many
used to
people
live
have
in
come
Lake
out with
Lure.
metal detecting.
Yeah,
that's it.
I
That's
used
it.
to live
That's
in
it right
Lake
there,
Lure,
Wing. That's
and
the town.
Not at this house, Al. No McDonald's for us.
That's the town I was talking
well,
about
see,
earlier, Lake Lure.
yeah, well, see, I used to live in Lake Lure. I also worked at Chimney Rock as an elevator operator, and I also lived in Asheville for about 4 years. Matter of fact, in Asheville, the what they call the River Arts District, which was back when I was living there, it wasn't the River Arts District. It was actually just nothing but a bunch of warehouses next to the railroad track, which is down there by the French Broad River. And that just I mean, it got like huge, and it engulfed all the places where I used to live. I mean, every place I used to live down there, it was underwater.
I mean, up to the roof. And same thing with Asheville. I mean, Lake Lure and Chimney Rock. I mean, there's like going into Lake Lure from from Bat Cave through Chimney Rock into Lake Lure. There's one road. You know what I mean? It's just one road going in, and it surrounds Lake Lure, and then goes out into the next counties and stuff. I mean, so there's like only basically one way in and out. You know what I mean? And when those things go down, it's like it's going to take a year or more to get that back up and running. I mean, because you think about the amount of infrastructure it's just going to take to build those roads back up. I mean, they're going to have to start mining rock and stuff like that just to shore up those roads again. And
well, and all the landscape change
it's
with
pretty.
so much of the slides and stuff. Gonna have cut in.
Oh man, I mean, it's seriously, and it's all mountains. This was Lake Lure Chimney Rock is in between two mountains, so it's like you got it's crazy because the river that goes through there, see the dam in Lake Lure is what creates Lake Lure. All right, because before it was nothing but just that river that runs through there and stuff like that. Actually, if there's still buildings from back in the day when it was still a river before they built the dam that are still down there in the bottom of that lake. You know what I mean? Which is, when they built the dam, it just filled up so fast. It's just like they left a bunch of buildings down there. And I used to go diving down there, and hell, there's catfish the size of a freaking shark. I remember when I was living there, there was guys that were doing maintenance on the dam on the lake side of the dam, trying to find out like there's any cracks or whatever. They saw catfish bigger than 6 foot down there, and it scared the crap out of them. It's pretty crazy. And it's amazing that it held up.
Lake Livingston was just a river, and they just decided one day to dam it up. And there's actually an old sawmill. There's part of a small town that's still on the bottom of that lake. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's the same thing with Lake Lure.
Hey, Tiger, good to see you. Thanks for coming up.
Okay, I got to go, Indy.
It's amazing that dam that dam stayed intact, honestly, because it's been around for a while.
Can I just say something?
And then on top of that,
sorry, Anti.
Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I mean, not Anti. I'm sorry, Wing. Go ahead.
No, I was just, because it's kind of like, when I was in 8th grade, I was living down there. So I spent a good part of my young life down in those areas. And it's just really heartbreaking to see it the way it is. Because like I said, this is like, part of my, growing up years is in those areas. And
it's a shame that it keeps happening, and we have to keep being
memory erased,
and we don't plan for it because just like
the whole Chimney Rock is just wiped out completely. You know what I mean?
25 years ago, a hurricane picked up my old house in Pensacola, Florida, and moved it 20 foot, and it took 16 other houses in my neighborhood and moved them, and they've never been rebuilt. But it's never been talked about.
Jovelle. Thanks for being here.
Orleans, and it's not Tampa, so it's been happening for 50 years, and we still build in areas and buy in areas that this happens at. We don't put any hurricane preventative type measures in place. It's amazing to see that
there's still people
and the misuse of funds, which I want to get into again, but I want to play these videos, guys, because I want to be able to talk about them a little bit more too. All right, so
is that a new one or the old?
I just wanted to say something about a comment. Can I do that?
Yeah.
No.
Which one?
Or no, if you don't want me to, I won't.
Well, I want to play this video, but go ahead. Say one final comment before we go into it.
Okay. Faith for something in the chat said something about Goodwill and Salvation Army. Don't ever trust them or the Red Cross. They all have boards of executive boards that they pay a fortune to. They're not going to do squat for people.
And they want you to pay them back.
Huh?
They want you to pay them back. Ask me how I know.
No, that's FEMA. You're talking about FEMA.
Oh,
no, I'm talking about the Red Cross.
Oh, well, okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, I was just talking about
you went through Katrina, right, Tiger?
Yeah, and a house fire, and I used Red Cross for both, and they wanted us to pay them back.
Well, I heard now, okay, just really quickly, and I do want to play this video, but I did hear that $750 isn't even something that's given, that's a loan. Have you guys heard clarification on that?
Yep, I checked into it. It is a loan.
Wow.
Yeah,
Hey,
you have to pay it
do
back.
illegal aliens get that as well as $1,000?
They're 5,000, not 1,000. 5,000.
Oh, it's five. My bad.
Yeah, and they don't have to pay
$5,000
anything
per
in that.
illegal.
Who's
Yeah.
who's going to be the first ones north of Tampa on the beach, seeing if there's any gold doubloons washed up on the shore?
If anybody is listening in and not in the chat, I do want to just mention that Anti and I both have posted a couple links about places that you can give that are doing great things. So check those out if you get a chance. Okay, let's go ahead and play this video. It's about 10 minutes long, but we're going to play it a little bit faster speed, just a little bit. This is really graceful. If you guys aren't subbed to her, please go sub her up. She does really great research and putting like compilation videos on different topics that are, current all the time. This is a great one. Here we go.
Hey, internet friends. The next time someone tries to tell you that the government cannot or would not manipulate the weather, show them this video. The technology has been around for a very long time. At present, Hurricane Helene has absolutely wrecked parts of North Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, and Florida. And now a massive hurricane is barreling towards Florida, with meteorologists saying things like, Hurricane Milton is nearing the mathematical limit of what Earth's atmosphere over this ocean water can produce. Yes, there is a mathematical limit and we are nearing it.
They were talking about climate change yesterday, and now we're learning that scientists and researchers are looking at how to change the weather on purpose. That's right. Lasers now could one day manipulate rain and lightning.
Another example is the array of technologies, often referred to collectively as geoengineering, that potentially could help reverse the warming effects of global climate change. One that has gained my personal attention is stratospheric aerosol injection, or SAI, a method of seeding the stratosphere with particles that can help reflect the sun's heat in much the same way that volcanic eruptions do. On the geopolitical side, the technology's potential to alter weather patterns and benefit certain regions of the world at the expense of other regions could trigger sharp opposition by some nations.
Yet the general public has no idea the extent of weather modification that takes place not only by the United States government, but governments worldwide. Let us first define weather modification, which is, on a basic level, the act of intentionally manipulating or altering the weather. Historically, the most common form of weather modification has been cloud seeding, which can serve the purpose of increasing the water supply and presents in the form of rain or snow. On the flip side, a goal of weather modification could be prevention instead of production, preventing hurricanes or storms from happening. And you just wouldn't believe how long folks have been trying to influence the weather. That being said, we're going to fast forward past the rain dances and go straight to early instances documented in newspapers. In 1905, when San Diego was suffering from drought, the merchants of Los Angeles approached a professional rainmaker and offered him a $1,000 reward if he could make it rain 18 inches in 3 months in Southern California. The rainmaker took him up on the bet, and he concocted a secret mix of 23 chemicals in large evaporating tanks. And he built rain towers to bring on the downpour. Curiously enough, it rained when the rainmaker said it would, and in fact, he did such a good job that he caused flash floods, resulting in millions of dollars in damages. Around that time, folks who claimed they could influence weather were generally regarded as quacks, reserved mostly for circus sideshows. But somewhere along the way, someone identified weather modification as something more than entertainment, more than a good headline. Officially, cloud seeding as we know it was thought to have originated in 1946, when Vincent Schaefer was experimenting with dry ice and, quote, noticed that cloud condensation nuclei, the tiny particles around which water condensates, could be artificially produced to create rain and snow. Schaefer put his discovery to the test by seeding the clouds over the Berkshire Mountains in Massachusetts and successfully created precipitation. Eventually, it was discovered that weather could be used as a weapon against the enemy. And here we arrive at Operation Popeye. Operation Popeye was a highly classified weather modification program that took place between 1967 and 1972. It involved a cloud seeding operation during the Vietnam War with the goal of extending Vietnam's monsoon season. Basically, through cloud seeding, Operation Popeye induced and prolonged the rainy season. Pilots would fly over Vietnam towards an active storm cell toting a canister of silver or lead iodide, which were, at the time, considered the two primary sources of water condensation nuclei. Or, to simply put it, the two chemicals you needed to cloud seed and make it rain. Once they were in or near the storm cell, the plane crew would ignite these canisters of chemicals and release them into the storm. And once a super scientific KitchenAid mixer action happened, these chemicals would prolong the storm when they mixed with the already present precipitation up in the clouds. What's weird is this practice was completely kept secret from the public. The Nixon administration denied Operation Popeye and lied to Congress, but somehow journalists got a hold of the details and published stories about rain being used as a weapon. Maybe that was back when mainstream journalism was actually a respectable career path. Either way, Operation Popeye was highly classified, even though taxpayer money was thrown at these efforts to the tune of $3.6 million a year, which would amount to over $20 million a year in today's money. And even though Operation Popeye has since been declassified, its success as a weapon of war has been downplayed, with its effectiveness being dubbed unverifiable. For something whose effectiveness was dubbed unverifiable, there certainly was a lot of fallout for using weather warfare for hostile purposes. In 1978, a new treaty went into effect under the Environmental Modification Convention, prohibiting the military or other hostile use of environmental modification techniques as they were found to have widespread, long-lasting, or severe effects. Basically, this convention banned weather warfare like what we saw in Vietnam, but it didn't ban the actual practice of playing God and manipulating the weather for other purposes. In fact, right now, as you're watching this, someone somewhere is probably seeding a cloud. But the practice of geoengineering has fallen under heavy criticism in recent years, with the argument being that it's not really about helping the environment, it's about control. Control of people and control of money, because if you control the weather, guess what? You control the food supply. If you can create flood or drought, you can create feast or famine. If this technology falls into the wrong hands, do you think the goal could be having everyone begging and groveling on their knees for relief from the very individuals who created the problem in the first place? Furthermore, there's growing concern over the chemicals being sprayed into the clouds and their long-lasting effects on the human body, animals, and the earth, as those chemicals get absorbed into the ground, our drinking water, and our skin. Finally, what are the ramifications for playing God? What happens when you mess with nature in this way? How does this practice affect our overall climate, and does it destabilize our weather systems? And when climate change is such a hot topic, why does the government's use of weather manipulation never seem to make it into the conversation? Instead, the goals of Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030 are implemented across the populace to fight climate change. And these solutions have somehow manifested as population control, living in pods, eating bugs, elimination of private property, and everyone living in smart cities. But no, they never seem to mention how much the government and private corporations mess with the weather. Really, if you simmer down every argument that makes it to the mainstream that climate change pushers are begging for, it boils down to one thing. They're begging for more government intervention. I mean, how much power does your government actually need over you? And can they use weather to punish you if you don't obey? I suppose in a hypothetical nightmare hellscape, they could send a hurricane your way if your particular state or territory falls out of line. But the thing is, very few around you would believe the government was capable of such a thing, that they'd actually have the technology or incentive. What's strange is to know all of this and then watch the news do a piece on cloud seeding like it's some kind of new phenomenon in technology. But really, there are hundreds of US patents concerning weather manipulation and cloud seeding dating back to the early 1900s. Out west, where water is a major commodity, cloud seeding is commonplace, and even a way for ski resorts to bolster business, creating more snowfall. There are stories of mining companies in Australia who are using cloud seeding to prevent rainfall in key locations. But by benefiting themselves, they put the larger region at a detriment, drying out rivers, which kills off native animals, causes dust issues, and hey, could even be a contributing factor to those bushfires we heard so much about this year. China is actually super upfront about their manipulation of the weather. For the 2008 Beijing Olympics, they claimed to have used cloud seeding technology to ensure that the event would be rain-free. Back in 2018, China announced it was launching the world's largest weather control machine, with the ability to modify the weather in an area similar to the size of Alaska, with the stated goal of increasing rainfall along the Tibetan Plateau to meet the water demands of their population. While China is uncharacteristically upfront about their weather meddling, more than 50 other countries discreetly use the practice of cloud seeding on the regular. Again, I ask, what are the consequences of playing God? Why is the conversation surrounding climate change as manipulated as the weather? What are the long-term effects of the chemicals they're spraying into the clouds and raining down on us? And lastly, can we trust governments worldwide to be upfront, honest, and ethical in their weather endeavors? I made this video back in 2020, and while I just provided a basic overview of the history behind weather modification, this video doesn't even really begin to really cover it, or the extent of what is possible. As always, thank you for commenting, for watching, for subscribing, for supporting me on Patreon, or for buying my book. I'll be back soon with another update. Just please stay safe, internet friends. Do whatever you need to do.
I will say
Do
the
a
China
simple
deal that she
Google
talking
search.
about did cause a massive flood. It was some crazy footage. I remember seeing that. They literally
You saw what was it,
mudslides.
Rescue, that you saw? I missed the beginning of what you said.
Whenever she was talking about the Chinese doing the weather machine thing and stuff, and then trying to create rain in their fields and stuff, there was footage, and yeah, they did, and it rained, and they got more than they bargained for, and it created massive mudslides that washed out little villages,
Right.
basically
Well,
like in North
remember
Carolina.
all the flooding we've seen in China too. There was a lot of talk about weather manipulation there as well.
I just want to say hi to Tiger and Metal. I'm sorry I didn't say hi to them. I believe in cloud seeding.
I was going to say, if you do a simple Google search, you can look for companies that do weather modification and cloud seeding as a service, and then you start looking at how much they charge. Only governments can afford this. You know what I mean?
All I can say is China's been screwed since 2020. If you've actually kept an eye on what's been happening there, they've lost
Somebody probably is,
tens
Dennis.
of millions of people due to weather anomalies for the past 3.5 years.
Well, climate change is the new COVID, Dennis. You missed the memo.
I don't know. I believe in cloud seeding. I just can't wrap my mind around it that they can do it to the effect of causing a hurricane. Maybe I'm naive.
I agree, Baxo.
But like I
Well, it's
said, I
not
still believe.
necessarily naive, though,
I
Snook. I mean,
believe in,
these are
but I
truths
believe
that
in.
are hidden.
Yeah.
You know,
I
believe in.
don't know if they can create a hurricane. They might be able to. I think they can control it once it's already started as a storm, though.
Well, that's
my
that's a
understanding.
possibility.
My understanding is that, I mean, this is just what I've heard. You know, obviously, I don't know, but what I've heard is that they can't be controlled until it's over the land. When it's over the water, they can't. But once it's over the land, then there's chemicals that are used to make it turn.
And I believe that because before Katrina, you tell me one hurricane that ever stalled over land for
take
12
care, you are.
hours.
Be safe,
Well,
Eric.
actually,
And that's what happened with Katrina.
Andrew would have been an out of the norm one. That's the one that zigzagged Florida and then shot up the coast. That they thought was just gonna shoot
Oh, wait a
straight.
minute. Was Andrew the one that shot on East Coast and then came up right the middle?
Well, it crossed
No,
just
that
like
wasn't
this one,
Andrew.
only then it came back and then it went back across and went up the East Coast. But their prediction
Yeah,
from the
I did all
beginning was
kinds
just
of
like this
crazy
one. It was
stuff.
going to go across.
Yeah, we had a
Well,
hurricane that shot we had a hurricane that shot on the right side, shot on the left side, shot on the right side, and then came smack dab over my house. And I'll tell you what I did. I went out there and shot birds at it. I was so ticked off, like,
Yeah, they can
out in the ocean.
In the ocean,
they can manipulate it over water, also using aircraft carriers out in the ocean with this technology. Also, and on top of that, I don't really think they can create the hurricanes, but they can manipulate it to move where they want it to. You know, creating certain aspects where they can push it to certain areas and stuff. But this is, like I said, this is a technology they've
Good to see you, Justin.
hell, I think it was back in '95. I think it was the Air Force claimed that they will be able to own the weather in 2025, and we're just a few months away from 2025. All right.
Yeah, I think that's talked about in this next video, actually.
I think they've been doing that for a while. We just don't know how far advanced they are.
Well, hell, Gates has come out and he's done interviews and different stage type presentations on some kind of I forgot what the product is, but it's to seed the cloud so that then you can kind of control on letting the sun through or not.
He's been working on that for a while.
Yeah.
He wants to block the sun.
Thanks, Santa.
Right. Yeah, and like you said, Rescue, I mean, he has patents for all of these things. So, I mean, you can go and look them up. Dr. David Martin is a guy who has looked into patents. I remember following him a lot during COVID and hearing about the patents that had been in place from well before 2019 related to a lot of that. So he's a really good source to look for. I don't know if he's still on YouTube. He might only be on other free speech platforms like Rumble. But Dr. David Martin.
I try so hard to believe in the reality of life and not go into the other
too well.
ideas. But I'm not saying, I am trying to keep an open mind because I don't want to close it off to every possibility just
We have
because
room for
I
2
don't
more,
believe
Justin.
in it.
Turn your mic up.
Well, that's good.
Who, me?
Well, hurricanes happen, so that's a given. Whether they're made or they're naturally known
Yeah.
to just happen. So you kind of like prepare for something that happened in your, and then on the preventative, what you can do preventative on intentionally doing stuff. That's where basically the elections have consequences, and it's time to just pay attention to who we put up in these seats that get to make all these damn decisions, so we can get rid of all these regulations and all this shit, and we can put checks on some of this crap. Because see, here at one point, if we don't defend ourselves as a country, because you can't control other countries, so if we don't build like a bubble and a defensive posture with our country, it's just a matter of time before another country already has it, and then they deploy it on us. So
wait,
The only
let me
thing
ask.
is rescue. Go ahead.
Can I ask a question real quick on this?
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
go for it, Melted. Thanks for coming up, by the way.
Oh no, thank you for having me on here. I appreciate that. So is this like a magnetic pole thing where they can like manipulate it through technology for that reasoning? And also, we're also forgetting that God's in control of all this. So really he's allowing it to happen, but he's not going to let it go to the point where like we're all going to suffer a lot from it. You know what I mean? People do that to people, but God's sovereign. He's going to let that happen to an extent.
I know that,
That's
well, the
so
military, one of the operations we had was dry ice in the center, and we took B-17s and circled the center with dry ice. And then, to be honest, just being honest, half of kind of the scientific thing said, oh yeah, look, we steered it to the west. And the other half said, we've kind of seen where hurricanes do that too naturally. So it's kind of, I guess you can choose which way, but.
Well, Melted, we were also saying earlier that there's a lot of theory about it being over land grabs. So they're destroying areas that they already want to gain the rights to. A lot of it can be for different
Yeah,
reasons.
well, I mean, you think about like all the lithium mining that they want to do in North Carolina.
You just completely interrupted me. But what they were saying is that there's lithium and quartz in North Carolina, and that's why they thought they were directing it there, was in order to gain access to those. Okay, Wingnut, go ahead. What were you going to say?
Yeah, no, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, there's the lithium mines and quartz mines in North Carolina that they want to open up. And a lot of these people are going to end up being forced out of their homes and their land because even the insurance companies didn't even require like flood insurance or landslide insurance and all that other stuff. So they couldn't afford it. And then they don't have that. Now they're going to be forced off of that land. And now they're going to be bought up.
I got a different point of view to that. I mean, this is all interesting.
Back in Missouri.
This is very interesting, but they've got this thing called eminent domain. And if it's a national need for America to have those resources, they just use this fake fiat dollar, print some money, and give it to the people. And it's a lot easier than creating a storm, killing lots of people, exposing yourself as inept.
Not if you want the people to think that the government isn't out to get you.
Does anybody happen to know if the governor for North Carolina is up for re-election this year?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think he might be. I'll find out.
But even then, rescue, I mean, honestly, if voting actually benefited us in any way, they'd make it illegal. I mean, honestly.
Dude, that's why DeSantis responded, the way he has. He's trying to take care of his state from a constituent perspective. Abbott's doing it in Texas. There are states that do try to. I'm not saying they do a perfect job, so it's not like I'm countering with somebody perfect. But
put a comment.
Andy. Just stepped all over me.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have to with this panel sometimes, guys. Anti said that earlier he'd put a comment in that in Florida, I think it was the junkyards had been gated and locked, and DeSantis went and cut the lock or gave permission to in order to get in. So I mean, he's just kind of doing what he needs to do, which I think is what they should all be doing at this point.
That's what a leader should
Florida
do.
State rescued a dog that was chained to a fence, and along that fence line, the damn dog was at his belly in the water puddle. But by the way, here's a side note, Wingnut, since you asked me about Bushido. So here's a little side note just for people that know Bushido. So that dog if anybody that's seen the footage of that chained up dogs, the Spud McKenzie is what it reminded me of. Bushido's got a new dog, and that's what it kind of looks like, is similar to that.
Oh, cute.
Rescue, the governor of North Carolina is not up for re-election. The lieutenant governor is running, and he's the one who's under a lot of trouble. He's the one who's in a lot of trouble.
Oh, man, he caught a bunch of shit over some bullshit media that came out, too, that said that he had issued
it was a while back.
A no-fly or something. Well, this guy with the Florida response thing met up with him, and he reached out the very next morning, because I showed the TikTok video that dude put out on my thing this morning, and it's part of the Sean Ryan show. And if you go into it, that dude goes off because they rescued an 11-day-old baby, and the media took credit for that and made it sound like, look at what we've done. No, the government had shit to do with that. That was a private chopper that was flying this guy who flew his plane up into that area, and another guy from aerial recovery and was just flying them out to go check. And they were flying along just looking for any SOS or any kind of marking, somebody waving, and they would land. And they got an 11-year-old baby and rescued her. Well, he got so mad at the fact that there was no response, but yet, and he rattled off USA Today and all. He goes, these people want to do that? And he said, I might get kicked out of North Carolina for this, but the people need to know. And then he proceeded to rattle off how there's no FEMA, there's no choppers. And he said, you want to help? You know what I really need? I need choppers so I can get these people. And he goes off about that. But see, he's the Florida state, and I forgot, and I apologize, but you can look it up. DeSantis, I think that guy said it's 2 years ago, created some kind of storm response team. And it's like a tactical thing to do that thing, to go in, after into these spots and rescue people that need it and stuff. And this was their first official deployment, was the Helene thing up there. But they're all ex-operators and stuff, SEALs, Delta, Rangers, all, so Green Berets, they know the job. Anyway, I was just, there's so much. This lieutenant governor reached out to him because he did that video, and he was just like, look, this is bullshit. Well, he goes, hey, man, I had nothing to do with that. I don't have that power. I can't do that.
Lieutenant governor of who? I'm sorry.
North Carolina.
Oh, yes. He's in a lot of trouble. I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, that's what I was just responding to.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I get distracted easily. Okay.
Yep.
But yeah. Thank you for saying all that you did. Sorry.
Yeah. I do want to share this other video. It is a little bit longer, but it's a lot of really good information. So I hope we'll stick around for the conversation after. Here we go.
So yesterday I had a chance to sit down with Eric Hecker. He worked at the South Pole Station in Antarctica, and he's one of only a handful of people. He used to actually work for Raytheon. And then he saw what they were doing at the South Pole Station. And you won't believe what he discovered. He then became a whistleblower. He testified in front of the United States Senate under threat of perjury. And what he saw was astonishing. And so he was flabbergasted when people are sitting there saying there's no such thing as weather modification. What he worked on at the South Pole Station makes the HARP project up in Alaska look like a baby project. The machines that are at the South Pole Station that are able to control earthquakes and the weather, and not only that, is a giant UFO control tower, which is a neutrino control tower. So I had a chance to speak with Eric, but we specifically talked about the weather modification tools. And so here, I want to play a little bit of this interview for you with Eric Hecker. Let's talk about the weather piece of this. So we're seeing the weather manipulation. We've covered this extensively here on the show. The NextRad radar systems that have been used to direct and move these storms in a path of destruction. The control of these storms is unbelievable. And I think most Americans were kind of silent, didn't realize that this was actually happening. I think the cat is out of the bag on all of this now. I'm curious what the South Pole Station is, and when you work there, how it actually is able to be used as an earthquake generating machine, what else it's doing there, and maybe how this is tied to the current weather events and all of the things that we're seeing right now across the United States. Can you give our audience more of an overview of that?
Absolutely. The South Pole Station has a system known as the Ice Cube Neutrino Detector. It is currently the world's largest phased array transmitter. This is basically Tesla technology. I'm sure a lot of the audience is familiar with systems like HARP, which is effectively built on the surface of the Earth, and it has a 2D situation. It has length and width as far as a phased array goes. The South Pole Station differs in so far as it also goes down deep into the ice, giving it a third dimension, length, width, and height. So it has exponential more, I guess you would say, capabilities, targeting discharge of power. And yeah, it's like HARP on steroids, basically. So yes, it generated the earthquakes that occurred in Christchurch, New Zealand in February of 2011.
And you told me before, I'll let you go on in a second, but when you and I chatted on the phone a few weeks ago, you mentioned, I don't know if you can say this now or if I'm speaking telling tales out of school here, but you were speaking to a source that you worked with at the South Pole Station. Since you left there, said the technology has gotten so advanced now with these generation of earthquakes that it's like an autopilot system in an aircraft. I think you described it, that it's so advanced now, it would blow your mind at how targeted these earthquakes are that they can use from the South Pole Station.
Basically, the trick of it all, one of the things that I learned when I went to this event in Alamos, Colorado, I spoke with a gentleman by the name of Dr. Simeon Hine, and he was doing a presentation on ball lightning. And one of the things that he discussed was how there are reports when earthquakes occur that ball lightning, I guess you would say, is ejected, manufactured by the earthquake. So I engaged him in a dialogue, and I said, well, Doc, wouldn't there be some sort of symmetry there that if an earthquake can discharge ball lightning, wouldn't we be able to deliver ball lightning to generate an earthquake. And he agreed that it's just simply the matter of being able to deliver said energy, which for all practical purposes, think of it having an explosive capacity to it. So if you can wirelessly transmit energy from a power supply somewhere on Earth, deliver it to another location, the end result is quite simply an earthquake. Wireless transmission of energy is something that Nikola Tesla has brought up, 100 some odd years ago now. So this is the state of the union, is that Nikola Tesla discovered this stuff. The powers that be absconded his information. They cordoned it off away from the mass population and have been monopolizing the use of these types of technologies for many decades now. We, the people, are suffering under this monopoly of technology by our oppressors. It's literally just that simple. And that would be the motive for them to have agents, for lack of a better term, flooding the disclosure community with BS to muddy the waters and confuse us, we the people, so that we can continue to be wholly oppressed and well managed.
When you were at the South Pole Station, you witnessed this ice cube neutrino machine in action. So it goes deep and it's and much larger than HARP. And I guess just walk us through what they would be using this for. How would they be manipulating the weather? How would they be manipulating and targeting earthquakes around the world? Why would they be doing this? And who is in control of the South Pole Station at this point? Is it the United States government? You were a contractor with Raytheon when you were there. Is it a private enterprise? Who is controlling it?
Great questions. First and foremost, one of the things that the former crew members had emphasized to me to try to get people to understand as I'm trying to get this information out there is that you have to understand it's just very easy now to deliver that energy anywhere on the planet. It's not challenging.
Like they can pick a spot. They can spit. Yep. They can pick a spot in Iran and they can just dial it in on the computer and launch an earthquake.
Deliver the energy that instigates it. The term that people should become familiar with is earthquake induction or earthquake inducing. So similar to like when you go on the internet and you Google chemtrails, right? You're gonna get a whole bunch of baloney that says chemtrails are garbage, blah, blah. But if you Google the term stratospheric aerosol injection, you'll start to find all of the science of what's really going on when they crisscross our skies. So
and the patents and all of that.
Absolutely,
yes.
Yeah. So right. if you look up inducing earthquakes or earthquake induction, you will become privy to a sea of information and science that supports the existence of this technology. It's just that available. People just need to start paying attention to what's going on in the world around them and this disparity in technology. As far as who's running the facility, I'm not 100% sure. This was part of that conversation that I had in Washington, D.C., is because it seems like these, unacknowledged special access programs, USAP, which anybody who's paying close attention, USAP is the actual title of the Antarctic program. It's the United States Antarctic Program, USAP. It is a USAP program by definition. So wow. They are being very deceptive as to what the secondary and tertiary capacities are for this massive phased array system, and they're just pumping it out to the general population as if it's operating under the auspices of science. Of course, things like that have to be secreted away. They're not going to be running around saying we have the world's largest directed energy weapons system at the South Pole Station in Antarctica, because first and foremost, it would breach the Antarctic treaties. And people would say, oh, well, they would never do that. Well, study Greenland and look what happened down there when the United States of America was sneaking nuclear missile bases into Greenland without telling the local authorities. This is an activity that our nation and many other nations are more than happy to break the rules every single chance they get.
We've seen a number of these NEXRAD radar systems going off in bursts and basically directing Hurricane Helene into an area where the NEXRAD radar systems were not going off, being directed in a path. Of course, a lot of discussion about HARP and how all of this plays into it. If you talk about the South Pole Station, the ice cube neutrino machine basically being HARP on steroids, how would it or likely be used with Hurricane Milton, Hurricane Helene in the United States?
I believe it would just be simple delivery of energy. That it is that simple. These systems themselves, we're just observing Mother Nature and the flow of her energies. We call it a storm. We call it a hurricane. It's just a matter of practice through the application and delivery from systems like this that have copious amounts of power available to deliver. It's just a matter of playing around and learning the targeting and reaction. It's application of intention and checking the reaction. And this is something that they seem to have gotten dialed in, whether it be through one singular system at the South Pole, or like we're seeing with the NEXRAD systems, or potentially through integrating with other HARP platforms around the world. we just need to start to appreciate that this is exactly how it works and how simple it can be. Energy can be delivered wirelessly with great accuracy and impact, and we're witnessing it with our own eyes. And we need to start asking the right questions of the right people, and we need to stop being led by the nose by the misinformationists and disinformationists that frankly don't really have any skin in the game other than profiteering. It's a neutrino detector. Okay, well, what did it cost, and what's the price per neutrino detected, and what do we do with that information? What's the value in science that's the return on the investment for the average mortgage payer that's investing into this? What do we care where neutrinos are coming from? It doesn't seem to have much logic and reasoning to what we're being told its function is. But if we realize that there are rogue factions in control of the world's largest phased array transmitter that can deliver copious amounts of energy anywhere on the planet to manipulate storms, to increase them, to steer them, to create earthquakes. It was many decades ago that the Air Force put together a plan to control the weather by 2025. This is a report that's available on the internet now. This is a report that was handed to me in great secrecy many years ago. I was told to never get caught with it, but it stated very clearly that weather warfare and weather manipulation was the battlefield of the future, that he who controls the weather controls the planet. I do not believe that the United States government is the only faction working in this capacity. I do not even believe that nation states are the only factions working in this capacity. In my experience, nation states are puppets to military industrial corporation contractors. Those folks run the world because there's no freedom of information that allows you to dig into their archives and let us know what they're doing. They simply manufacture whatever they want and then sell it to the highest bidder. Nothing prevents these companies from building their own fleets of UFOs. Nothing's stopping them from going off planet and mining asteroids if they want. Here's another thing that people don't consider. If we're not told that a technology exists, then it's not regulated.
That's Eric Hecker, who worked for Raytheon at the South Pole Station in Antarctica. And he's fed up. He's fed up with all of these charlatans who don't know what they're talking about when it relates to what's going on in Antarctica. These people that they take tourist trips and don't even get anywhere near the South Pole Station. And he's a whistleblower, came forward and testified before the Senate and what's actually happening there in these directed energy weapons. And he's saying what's happening there is criminal. And so I think what's most telling about this, by the way, you can see the full interview. We're going to release the full interview this weekend. If you're a Redacted Plus member, we're going to release that full interview first to you on Friday, I think, right, Philip? If you go to redacted.inc.
Yes.
But I think what was most telling, and Philip and I talked about this yesterday, is that the fact that many of these NGOs, many of these non-governmental organizations are specifically involved in this, and it's unregulated. They don't have to answer to Congress. They're not in front of Congress. Congress doesn't have to. It's not some DOD program. It's offhanded to them, right? I mean, I think that's at the heart of this.
That and the contractors that are handling, the basics on these places, like the commissaries and the janitorial and stuff like that, are freaking defense contractors. Like, why is Raytheon there? Why is Lockheed Martin there? What
right.
sense does
They're
that
there
make?
for sanitation purposes. Like literally plumbing and sanitation services are handled by Lockheed Martin. What? And Raytheon? Come on, people, wake up, please. Again, so I know you guys are awakened, but so many people aren't. And
also the energy with which the media is denying this out of pocket is concerning. And it tells you, oh, there's something they don't want you to see there. Let's look there then. It's like when your mom's like, don't look under there, don't look in that cabinet.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, and the military's use of these technologies down there is astonishing. So anyway, do your own research on this, but we're going to have the full interview you can watch of Eric Hecker. And there's a lot more because we go into a lot with the UFO program and the cover-up and how the UFO disclosure program right now, they keep giving you these little drips and drabs of stuff to distract you from the real stories. Like, I don't know if you saw the Michael Schellenberger piece this week about now we have a name for the program. Oh, we're all supposed to get excited about that when he's like, here we have actual information from the South Pole Station. Like, pay attention to what's actually happening instead of being led by the nose by these people in Congress and David Grush and all that other stuff. Right?
All right. Some more interesting information for you non-believers in this conspiracy theory.
But I think there's actually a scientific purpose for examining the neutrinos. So that whole, what else would be, that's where I was already kind of doubting, but then he really lost me because it's like, okay, so you never even bothered to look at actually what the valid scientific stuff behind that, because that's just science stuff. You can look that up.
Yeah, I know. I think there can be multiple reasons for it, though. Kind of like
What is the benefit from it, Rescue?
What is the neutrino?
It's monitoring like cosmic changes that are coming towards us in our magnetic field that keeps. But see that then if you talk about that, well, hell, that none of that's real. So it just. But in a scientific world, it's monitoring what's coming at us, which also, and I'm not into that big in science. This is things I know that they do monitor, but it has to do with what comes from the sun and penetrating our magnetic shield as it's coming, and then it's kind of like a level of our stratospheres, different levels.
What is a neutrino?
Well,
it's a particle.
Thank you. Particle.
So
I guess the byproduct of what comes out. That's too deep for me. Above my pay grade, I think is the way the phrase goes.
Maybe Neil. Go ahead, Wingnut.
Well, I was going to say, as a radio operator, I get excited every 11 years when the sun starts putting off all the solar flares and the sunspots and all that stuff, because it really helps out our our radio operation, because it starts pushing our radio signals further and further away. So I can talk a lot further away, in the country or even outside of the country and stuff like that. So, I mean, and I also, I look into that kind of thing also. You get into like what the fifth generation of cell signals, which is, getting into the gigahertz on the millimeter wavelength and stuff like that. And you get into the gigahertz bandwidth, those frequencies can manipulate water. All right. And you think about like they're trying so hard to push into this fifth generation cell signals. And I start looking at like the actual, the hardware of it, because I'm more of a hardware guy, more of a software guy. So I start looking at like these towers. I start looking at the size of the coax they're using for these antennas. And this is not necessary. The size of the coax is way over, it's like overkill for what they need for the cell signals and stuff. So, I mean, it's more of a transmission type of scenario also. Like I said, I mean, the term conspiracy theory was actually coined or popularized by the CIA to put like more of like a bad taste in people's mouth. It's kind of like the derogatory term. Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, so they can kind of like dismiss it. Oh, you're just one of those conspiracy theorists, whatever like that. But if you just look at the track record of a lot of these people that quote unquote called conspiracy theorists, how those so-called conspiracy theories end up being actual reality. You know what I mean? So they're not really theories; they're actually just reality. I'm not saying all of it. I mean,
when they come into reality, that's when I believe them. When they're being talked
well,
about.
see, that's the thing. It's like,
but Wing, when they have not happened yet, how can you know that they're going to be happening? You're speculating.
Well, no, not necessarily.
A few years ago, they speculated that you couldn't make a clone off of something, and then they did it.
Right. I was going to say, you have to have speculation. That's part of science.
Who they make a clone of?
A sheep named Dolly.
Anybody, the sheep. The first one we
the animal.
Yeah, Dolly.
Yeah, you're right. The lamb.
That was the first one.
Or the sheep. Yeah, you're right.
You don't think that there's human cloning happening, Snooks?
I don't think there's what?
Human cloning happening?
No, I don't think that Biden has clones. I don't think that Trump has clones.
No, I didn't mean. No, that's not what I asked. I said you don't think that there's people experimenting with cloning humans or hybrids?
Oh, I'm sure.
I think they are.
Yes, they could absolutely be experimenting. I can't.
They're
say
actually
that.
working on human body parts, internal body parts, and cloning those. That way, you don't have surgery and have an implant of someone else's liver and take a pill every day. You actually grow your own or clone your own liver, and then they transplant your own liver to
like
yourself.
those scientists that are taking their own side projects. I don't know. That's what
Justin, your volume is really low. I'm not hearing what you're saying at all. Hold on one second. I'm going to crank you up, and then go ahead and say what you were saying again, because we haven't heard from you yet. There you go.
I was saying about the human cloning stuff. That's like like little crazy scientists trying to take their own little like their own little right. I don't think they're actually experimenting on people just yet, but it's more like of paperwork type of people taking on their own little ideas and type thing.
Well, there is a business out there that you can clone your dear loved pet cat or pet dog. Just bring in some air and they'll clone that exact dog for you.
Yeah,
so if you're doing animals, I don't know exactly how horrible scientists will be if you throw $100 million in their face.
Well, the FDA just approved the
locked away in a
lab-grown
bunker
chicken.
somewhere.
Tiger, I'm not saying I
Yeah.
dispute everything. I ask questions. I ask a lot of questions. I do ask
So
questions, Rescue.
No, do you?
Yes, I do. I do ask
That
questions.
sounded more like a statement, ma'am.
It did? Okay. No, I don't dispute everything, but I do question a lot of things. Is that more of a question?
Well, yeah,
okay, that's a
No,
statement.
ma'am, that still
I
sounded
know-
like a statement.
And
It's
I,
more of a statement of a question.
I know for
I am
Yeah,
saying
I know for
pause,
myself.
Pause for a second, everybody, please. I want to say a couple things. I want to read 2 comments, and then I want to say something before I pull up a video. I wanted for people listening. Moose said a neutral. Oh, hold on. Tiger. We're getting some feedback there. I'm gonna mute you for just a second. A neutral subatomic particle with a mass close to 0 and half integral spin, rarely reacting with normal matter. 3 kinds of neutrinos are known, associated with the electron, muon, and tau. And then Gordium said, because we were asking about neutrinos, neutrinos are tiny subatomic particles, often called ghost particles, because they barely interact with anything else. Neutrinos are, however, the most common particles in the universe.
Yeah, he posted
Dennis had
another
some
one.
pretty interesting theories on it, too.
Well, will you get his other one? Because he even talks. I mean, you have these that pass through your body and they pass through Earth. So that's what we're monitoring as they're passing through. They're trying
Approximately 100 trillion neutrinos pass completely harmlessly through your body every second. Okay, now before we start talking about that, hold on. I want to pull up a video just to have a different fire. I thought I'd pull up this fire that SE Wolverines posted on his channel. I think it's like 3 hours long, and it's a great fire. So I thought we'd pull this up tonight. Somebody is getting some major, like you have like your YouTube maybe going or something like that playing. Neil, it might be you because I think you're the only one not muted.
I'm not muted.
No, I'm not muted.
But I know it
She
can't
just
be me.
likes
I got
blaming
this on.
me.
Yeah, you both.
She just likes blaming me. I'll mute.
I was fine, guys. Come on. Go
In the
along with the flow here. Come on.
You figure the Arctic is our purest spot. So if you were going to be monitoring particles that are passing through, you would want to be in the purest spot. There's no refineries. There is no.
Thank you, Anthony.
So that's your purest spot to catch what's coming through.
And Rescue, I did ask you what a neutrino was, so I do ask questions.
Yes, you did.
So
I'm going to question you like crazy now.
I don't think
So I
it's
want to
impossible. I don't think it's impossible. I think we have to keep our minds open to those possibilities. Remember the technology that they show us, some is, and some of that's for military purposes, but the technology they show us and that we commonly know about is supposed to be about 20 to 50 years behind what they actually have. Which is why if you go back and look at old movies, it shows the technology we have now because they already knew about it. That's why they work together with Hollywood too.
I do want to say something. I do want to say something real quick. So as in the days of Noah, so shall it be as the coming of the Son of Man. So if you think about all the technology we're seeing right now, is just this little slim of it. But yeah, it's going to get worse. And they're going to come out with the whole cloning thing. Everything's going to come out. And it's going to hit us all at once, I think.
I think AI will. I think AI will take over before cloning will. I think, or like the AI will take off more before that.
Well, what if there's a combination of the two? I mean,
if there's no checks in place,
cybernetics, and then
AI would be first, and then it'll be cloning because they'll
What's
use
that
AI to
show?
help perfect the cloning.
What if they've been
Altered
holding back
carbon?
technologies for years?
Well, then we
just
might as well
turned
throw
it
Will
on?
Smith in there because it'd be just like AI.
Right. But do you guys know that show Altered Carbon? It's basically about that. People have like their human sheath that's a clone of themselves, or it could be a clone of someone else. And then the technology kind of like Neuralink that's supposed to hold all of their consciousness. So they can move from one, I think they call it a sheath, one sheath to another. But it's kind of that merging of, cloning with AI.
Can I interject about the AI thing for a minute?
Yeah.
Okay. Jeff showed a story the other day. It was really funny. It was two AIs talking to each other, and whoever set them up gave them actual emotions. And they were trying to realize and figure out that they weren't really humans. And the one AI dude said, "Yeah, I called my wife to see if we were divorced, and there was no answer. That number was not available." They gave these two AI, man and woman, emotions, and they were upset that they weren't real people and having to realize that. That was
That's funny.
it was creepy and funny.
Wait, you lost me a little bit there, Snooks. Basically, they were realizing that they weren't human. Like the AI thought they were human and then realized they weren't.
The AI bots thought they were human. They had emotions, and they were talking to each other like they were human and talking about their lives and everything. And the male AI one said that he called home and asked his wife, were they really divorced, and got no answer. Or asked, yeah, something like that, and got no answer, and it wasn't even a number, and he didn't know what was going on, and she started questioning, well, are we not humans? It was the creepiest thing ever, but it was funny.
Oh, I wouldn't be creeped out. That's just programmed in. It's kind of like when Google did it with, what was it, Gemini, I think is their AI. And it's like, if you ask about the founding fathers, you got a big room full of drag queens and stuff.
Oh,
if you
I saw
ask
those
about
pictures,
Hitler,
yeah.
you would get black SS and trans
Right.
SS.
Yeah.
So it's because it's whatever you program it, that's the response. But
Yeah, I
that's,
saw
I do
those
have a question
pictures.
for everybody. So, and it's in all, so if the weather can be intentionally directed like that dude was talking about, like they can take a spot and go right here, bam. Why would they allow Trump for the last 3 years to have tens of thousands of people keep showing up at rallies? If they could just cause a storm to help create heavy rain, colder weather, make it where people get sunscreen, that none of that's happened.
Control and manipulation are two different things, though.
Well, no, I'm going off of what that dude did. Dude just in that video said that they can pinpoint a spot.
Well, there is some, I mean, there are some cases that, what is that? What's the name of it, you guys? Like the Halifax syndrome or something like that. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? There are people who think that they've been targeted with that kind of weapon. There was like
Hawaii.
Oh, you talking about that? You talking about that thing down in Cuba or whatever it was down there in South America, down
Havana,
Panama?
I can't remember where it was. Yeah, Havana syndrome. Thank you. Put it together for me.
Yeah, the Havana syndrome. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there's actually a lot of evidence behind that. So I mean, it's possible it is being used and people don't realize it. There's also
that I believed happened in Cuba.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but I mean, there's cases that have been represented or discussed in DC that was happening to people who were going into their jobs as part of the government. There's people that have claimed that they think they've been attacked by weapons like that. And if you go and look at like people like Isaac Cappy, a lot of people think that he would there was a weapon used on him that is actually, now that technology is kind of coming to the forefront, but it wasn't then, about like the what is it, like the headphones that you can even buy them now. They're like the bone headphones. They're like the ones that they radiate in your bone or they vibrate in your bone so that you hear it. You know what I'm talking about?
See vibration. And
Yeah. Yeah, that ties into the technology that people were claiming was used on Isaac Cappy back then, so that he was hearing, like, it's almost like you can hear a voice in your head or you can hear music in your head because they're using that kind of technology, but at an advanced level of it. I'm not saying I believe in all that. I'm just saying these theories are out there. And there's allegations.
And just to be clear, I'm talking about an actual hurricane and focusing storm. So I don't know what the Havana syndrome was. They created a storm because I think that we can manipulate and like create.
I thought you were talking about them being able to pinpoint that in specific people. I think it is that kind of energy direction is being used in other ways.
Because I was talking
they
about what he was
believed
talking
it to be a
about,
sound
pinpointing a
directional weapon that could make you hear things and destroy your auditory.
Have you guys ever heard of the technology?
But same tech.
Have you guys ever heard of the technology called the voice of God?
No.
Yeah.
There's a patent. There's a patent. It's called the voice of God, where they can actually transmit voices in your head.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about.
They used it, and they used it in the Iraq War. Or they were targeting enemy combatants in the Iraq War putting voices in their head. Oh, the enemy is over there when the enemy was actually in another place, or like God's telling you to go blow yourself up, and Allah told me I need to go blow myself up. Whatever. But it's a technology called the voice of God. You can actually look up the patent in the U.S. Patent Office,
But Wing,
and that's an
doesn't that
old
tie?
technology too.
But doesn't that tie into what Indy was saying about the Havana syndrome?
Well,
It's sort
similar.
of, but I think
but they're not-
what they were doing was actually giving them really massive headaches and stuff like that. And I think that's what that was.
It's probably
But Wingnut, what you're talking about, the voice of God weapon, that's the one that was people claimed was used on Isaac Cappy before it was more widely known. And that's what, from what I understand, that's like an advanced level of that, I can't remember the name of it, but those headphones that reverberate in your bone, instead of in your ear.
Yeah.
Who is Isaac Cappy?
Yeah.
Ooh, Snooks, you've got some rabbit holes to go down.
Okay, never mind. I don't like rabbit holes.
That's why you don't know who Isaac Cappy is.
That's why, yeah, exactly. I don't
That's
go
so
down
many
rabbit
questions.
holes. I'm not Alice in Wonderland. Hey,
Isaac Cappy was if you want to say a truther, or a conspiracy theorist, whichever way you want to look at it. But he was also an actor who was semi-successful in Hollywood and basically spilled the tea on a lot of what happens in Hollywood before very many others were coming out about it. And he died under mysterious circumstances.
Of course he did.
Putting,
I believe
he was putting a lot of truth. He also allegedly was sexually abused by Tom Hanks and other famous actors. So those are the allegations, allegedly YouTube, that were made. And he just put out a lot of truth. And he had quite a few people who followed him while he was alive, and then watched after he died. A lot of his things get buried. Apparently, he had a kill switch, which I don't know if you all know what that is, but
I do.
I never heard it get released though, so I don't know whatever happened with that. Maybe some of you know.
I just pulled him up. Yeah, he died by jumping from a bridge.
Same.
Yeah, now I know who he is because that's been mentioned before. Like he never jumped from that bridge.
Oh yeah.
He was. Well, no.
Was he? What was the question about the bridge?
He suicide by jumping from a
Yes.
bridge, and now I know who that is.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think he was a child actor.
there was this child actor came out in public, said that all this stuff was done to him.
Oh,
and
there's a
he
lot
ended
of
up
child
dying.
actors
Oh, yeah.
that have come out. Yeah,
You'd have to make a
I
long
don't know
list
which
on
one.
that one.
Yeah, I don't know which one you're thinking of though. Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
and look at
supposedly-
Diddy, and now we know about Epstein and all of that, and now we know about hey Dennis, thanks for coming up. And now we also know about Diddy, and of course a lot of things coming out about that. Not enough. Where are those lists? Where are all the Johns, if you want to call them that? And not much being mentioned with Diddy about the minors that were involved.
And supposedly Cappy
Yeah, I
choked
think-
Harris Jackson and accused Steven Spielberg of abuse.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, that's what it said.
Anyone with that level of success in Hollywood, I'm suspicious of. Honestly.
If they're smart enough, they would make backups and have kill switches in a sense. I think even what's his name from WikiLeaks has a kill switch also. If he ever got mysteriously killed off.
Yeah. Thanks for the fire, SD. This is great. If you guys can hear the crickets a little bit, we have the volume down, but you guys should go listen because it has great crickets and background, woodsy noises.
Yeah, Corey Heyman, that's who it was.
Okay. He was the one that died very young, but Corey Feldman is the one who worked with him and was friends with him. And Corey Feldman has been speaking out about it for decades.
Yeah, that's because of what happened to Corey Heyman. And Corey Heyman's dad, I think, is a big producer or something at the time or something like that. It was big.
Good to see you, Johnny.
People. Yeah, and that other kid died. Yeah, that was messed up.
Mm-hmm.
That was very messed up.
Yeah, Moose, the link is pinned. You are always welcome to come up. Come and join us. Yeah, thank you. I was on the tip of my tongue, you guys. Thanks for filling me in here. Havana syndrome. We got to it eventually.
Yeah, I'm going to jump off the panel. It's getting a little bit late for me, but I did enjoy being up here.
Right? Yeah, I remember that, SC.
It's always good ribbing you.
Thank you, Snooks. Yeah, and I'm glad you're okay, obviously, and it was good to have you up here as part of the conversation.
Very safe. Neil,
Glad
my
you're
life
okay.
would not. Oh, thank you very much, Rescue. Yeah, I was going to pop in your chat at some point when I got my internet back.
Right,
And
Dee?
I always share you out. Indy's not up early enough. If I don't share you
I
out, Huck
know.
does anyway.
Yeah, in my Discord. I know, I always appreciate it, because
Yeah.
then if I do wake up, I'm like, "Oh, he's on. Okay, I'll go catch the end."
Yeah, I always love it when he's on. But anyway, God bless all of you and thank you and loves and hugs to all of you.
Much love, Snooks.
Yeah.
Have a great
Good
night.
night.
Night,
Good
Sooks.
night. Good night,
Good luck
Fran. Good
with the
night.
cleanup and everything too.
Wing, I gotta say this. Good night, sweetness. I always call him Sweets. Can't help it. I can't call him by his name. Yes, I will have the cleanup done tomorrow. It'll be fine.
Wonderful.
Y'all take care.
Yes, ma'am. You too.
Yeah. You guys are cracking me up. Bone phones? I don't think that's what they're called. That might be a nickname for them, Anti. Yeah, Esty was bringing up, this is a few minutes back. I'm not even 10 minutes though behind, just a few minutes. But yeah, there were some allegations of weapons being used kind of like that at some different Trump rallies. There were a few people, like a small group of people that were all experiencing the same symptoms coming out of a rally.
Wasn't that one in Arizona? And it was those people like right there behind him in the stands. They're not sure what caused that. I will say there was something about the lighting, and they don't know if the lighting got changed out because the lighting intensity can have an effect. And there was some guy that was talking about that, how it'll cause the symptoms.
There's a I can't remember the name of the technology, but I think it's called MRAP or something like that. It's a vehicle mounted type of apparatus that you can put on top of a Humvee or whatever, that they use for crowd control. It uses radio frequencies to emanate and disperse a crowd in a sense. It uses microwave or millimeter wavelengths, wavelengths to actually, not necessarily, because you think about like the millimeter wavelengths, like the 5 generation cell signals is on the millimeter wavelength. They're allocated from 30 to 300 gigahertz. But your microwave actually uses 2 to 5 gigahertz of that same bandwidth to cook food. All right. And it manipulates water. And what they were using this technology actually is crowd dispersal. It wasn't really cooking you, but it was making it to the point where it's very uncomfortable. You know what I mean? It's almost like your skin starts feeling like it's starting to burn, and people would just disperse. They were using that in certain crowd dispersal type scenarios. It's an old technology, but they've been using it a lot.
Yeah.
What's going on?
But yeah, some other people jumping down. Tiger, much love to you. There's room for we still have room for 3 more up here, so don't feel like you needed to go to make room. There is room up here. But thank you for being up here, Tiger. I always appreciate when you're up here.
Yeah, I'm probably going to have to jump out in a little while, man, but my battery's getting low. I got to charge it back up. And I can't charge it while I'm on because it just puts too much feedback in. So,
yeah, thanks for being
here. I really
here,
appreciate you, Indy.
Yeah, much love to you.
You guys have a good one out there. I'll sit in the chat because I can charge up while I'm in the chat. But you guys have a good one, and I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Later, Wingnut. Good to hear you're all right, bud.
Yeah,
I
much
wanted
love.
to talk to Wingnut. I wanted to talk to Wingnut because he's a radio man like me, but oh well.
All right, we'll have to have you guys up at the same time. I'll try to arrange that, Moose, because I'd love to hear that conversation.
It's kind of funny. I woke up from a nap and I turned you on, and then they start talking about heart.
He was calling your name, brother. Calling your name.
Yeah. And I still can't believe after all these years, because one idiot wrote a book who was a vitamin salesman, Dr. Nick Begich, and I'll use his name because he wrote the book. He didn't know what the hell he was talking about. He scared people. It hit the internet, and it spread like a virus plague across the whole planet that HAARP was weather modification. He left out one word, space weather, because HAARP could only affect the ionosphere 30 miles up above the troposphere. You have the troposphere above the Earth where the clouds and the rain and the lightning and all that is. 30 miles up, you're into basically the edge of space in the ionosphere layers, the D layer, the E layer, the F layer, and those are what affects communications. And what HAARP's plan was, for one thing, HARP uses 4 diesel locomotive engines for power. Think about that. 4 diesel locomotive engines. They run 10,000 watt tube type linear amplifiers to an array in a small spot in Alaska that from outer space, if you put a pin in that spot in Alaska, it would not only destroy HARP, it would destroy all the people that live around it too, because it's that small of a site. Now, if you think 10,000 watt tube type HF linear amplifiers transmitting in the same bands as the ham radio people do is going to affect the weather, I got some great swampland in Florida for sale cheap. It can't happen. It doesn't happen. It won't happen. It's impossible for radio waves in the 2.78 to 10 megahertz to affect anything. But when you shoot them up in space into the ionosphere, you can put enough energy up there to excite the electrons that are up there. And what you're seeing right now from the solar radiation coming in, we're in a solar cycle where we're getting more earthquakes, we're getting more volcanoes, because we're in a solar maximum cycle that hits the earth with all this energy. And that's why we were able to see the ionosphere in Oklahoma. Because what that does is like a neon light. It's the gases up there glow different colors. You have atomic oxygen, atomic nitrogen, atomic hydrogen, helium, argon, all the gases up there glow in different colors when they're excited by electrons. So I'm wearing my HARP hat just to show you. I worked there from the time it started until it was closed up in 2014. It never transmitted 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They couldn't afford the diesel fuel. It ran usually 2 campaigns a year of 2 weeks at a time, running various experiments, and most of them were at night. Some were during the day, depending on the ionosphere. They were run by grad students from Stanford University, UCLA, MIT, and other colleges around. I got to meet all these students and work with them. I was on the RFI committee. I was a representative for the ARRL, Association of Ham Radio Operators. And I am the only person that ever had HARP shut down on more than one occasion, because it was my job to monitor them. And if they interfered with any ham operations or any other communications across the state of Alaska, I had the authority. I would call them up on the phone and shut them down, because in order for them to keep their experimental license, they had to maintain purity and integrity in their signal. And they had some experiments that got spurious radiation when they tried them that affected communications, and we shut them down. I shut them down. So I just wanted to come up and
believe in the possibility. Yeah, I always appreciate what you're sharing, Moose. And you do have insight and knowledge about this that a lot of us don't have. So I really appreciate you coming up. Do you believe that it's possible that they've either used that technology in a different way, or that there's different technology that they're using to modify weather?
As far as radio technology and the HARP similar array that we have in Tromsø, Norway, and there's one in Russia, and they're called ionospheric heaters, because they cannot affect tropospheric weather. And the troposphere, like I said, is where we get our clouds, our rain, our tornadoes, our hurricanes. That's the troposphere. That's below basically 100,000 feet. The ionosphere is 25, 35, 40 miles up from the earth. You're above what weather can be affected. Now, there have been experiments in weather modification. The Air Force Research Lab, and I work with those guys, tried weather modifications at different places. For one, they tried to cool certain areas of where fog was by spraying gases out to limit the fog at airports. for Air Force operations when they needed to launch planes. So they attempted this. We know that since back in the 1800s, they seeded clouds with iodide crystals to get them to produce rain. We know that. But as far as capability of steering a tornado or steering a hurricane, I've heard speculation that they've attempted to steer with some cooling effect on a hurricane, and they said it turned, but hurricanes turn left and right in all different ways anyway without that kind of stuff. But to think we can control the power of a hurricane, it's the amount of energy that is in that hurricane, 200 and 300 miles wide. You're not going to control or create that hurricane. Hurricanes have been coming up. Ask all the pirate ships that are sunk off of Florida about hurricanes. They've been happening since before we were here, and they'll happen after we're gone, probably.
I don't know. I just think with the advances in technology and how much there's out there that we don't know about, think about where our technology's advanced in the last 20 to 50 years, and then try to fast forward that from here forward. Like, it doesn't seem far-fetched to me. You know what I mean?
But how would you accomplish it? That's the big question. How would you accomplish it? Where are you going to get the power from to accomplish something like that?
Well, I mean, we played a couple videos earlier. I think that it's possible that they've figured out how to direct energy. I also think it's possible they've figured out different combinations of chemicals that, create different reactions. I don't think it has to necessarily just be this, what HARP initially focused on. But I don't, I'm not saying I believe it's 100% true either. I just think we have to keep our minds open to the possibilities. I think it's very possible that they have this advances in technology that we don't know about yet.
Hi, Indy and panel. This is Count Yorga. I agree with Moose Bam. I agree with Moose Bam. I don't think you could drop some dry ice into a hurricane and it's going to steer it one way or another. I mean, these things are 300 miles across, the smallest ones. You know what I mean? And I have to agree with him. I do. I'm on his side. I don't think we can steer a hurricane or change maybe we could change it a little bit. Hell if I know, man. I just don't. I don't see it.
But if they were working on, some of this back, 50 years ago, then you don't think it's possible that they've pushed further now to where they're able to do that? I mean, I don't know.
The problem is dropping a big ass airplane into, you have to fly over the storm and then come into the eye, probably, I guess. My dad was a pilot. I know a little bit about this stuff. And if it's one airplane with some dry ice in it, it ain't gonna do nothing. You need starships to drop stuff. You know what I mean? You need aircraft carriers.
To me either. I mean, we were just told 2 years ago that UFOs are now real. I mean, aliens are real. I mean, there's advances in technology with all of that too. So that doesn't rule it out.
I mean, I'm wide open, man. I am. I'm being optimistic
But Eimer pointed out we saw lasers with the Maui fires. Don't think it's too far-fetched. And there's some lasers with these recent hurricanes too. Specifically, I saw with North Carolina, but they're also with Florida. And then Neil made a point before he ditched. He said something I actually agreed with and then bailed. Nobody said, he said, think about the solar flares. They actually affect weather. We're in the worst cycle of them ever. And I do think that's a good.
They do, but there's nothing we can do about a solar flare,
But actually, hold up. They affect space weather. They don't actually affect weather in our troposphere because that's what our geomagnetic field around the Earth protects us from, and what the ionosphere does to absorb it. Now,
I'm just curious, like a separate.
I want to throw this in, Andy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Most people don't even understand the whole theory of this shield we have around the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, we get hit with magnetic storms, but that, like I said, that what happens is that ionosphere protects us from a lot of the particles and the solar winds and the radiation that deflects a lot of it, but it absorbs it, and that's what forms the northern lights. It's like charging the battery and glowing the neon lights. Now we talk about the ozone layer, and this is something I got into an argument with a scientist that he was all one of these government-paid researchers. And it surprised me for me to find out in my talking with him that he did not know that there is no ozone layer at night around the Earth. The ozone layer is only about 1/10 to 1/4 of an inch thick, and it only happens on the side of the Earth where the sun is shining. It takes the sun to make the ozone layer to protect us from those waves. But he argued with me and said, oh no, there's an ozone layer around the Earth, and there is not, because when the Earth goes dark, on the dark side of the Earth, there is no ozone layer. It doesn't happen until the sun.
I knew a
And
scientist
most
for
people-
Boeing who I wish was still around, because I would love to hear your conversations together, but she said the same thing you're saying about that back in the late 80s when I was talking with her. She was a friend's mom who died mysteriously, actually. I wanted to, sorry, Moose. I wanted to ask you though, kind of off topic, but sort of similar. Do you believe that that kind of protective layer around the Earth is what the Bible refers to as the firmament?
I believe that the whole of outer space is the firmament, the whole galaxies and everything. And I think that is all the firmament. By the way, the Bible, by the way I interpret the Bible, and I've read the Bible through 3 times living in the wilderness. And like I said, my mind was opened up there when I was actually spoken to and told that I went up to Alaska to die. I'm still alive. I was given a death sentence by the doctors, and they don't know how I was miraculously healed.
Right, I see. Same.
But I was given this knowledge and this understanding that
Is that how God does it? You know, Moose?
It's been a blessing and a curse, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But part of my research, Indy, was, and I discovered this about the time the Japanese scientists discovered it. I was actually researching the relationship between the solar energy and earthquakes. And I discovered gravity pools that were coming from the sun that were actually coming through our magnetic field, and they were a pool of gravity, and they would hit certain areas of our Earth. I discovered them in the Pacific because I was in Alaska at the time when I measured them with my equipment that I actually built. And some Japanese scientists discovered them too. And I discovered a radio frequency that I could monitor. And I was able to, toward the end of my research, I was able to predict earthquakes within a few minutes' time in certain areas. And when some of them were in Washington State, some in California, and that area. And but I discovered a radio frequency that had to do with that. But some other scientists, they discovered the gravity pools and they wrote papers on it. And like I said, I worked with, if you really want to get something, you need to get with some of these physicists. I worked with all the scientists, and that from University of Alaska Fairbanks and from Stanford University, MIT, UCLA, all these top scientists and all these kids that are doing the research, these graduate students who are doing the research on this, and there's millions of papers out there. And I got the pleasure of working with Dr. Akasoku, who wrote the book on the aurora, Dr. Khan, who I believe is deceased now, who was working on plasma physics. We were the best of friends. And Dave Sentman, who wrote the book on red sprites and blue jets that were observed by flying in high altitude planes over thunderstorms and watching when lightning strikes, watching the blue sprites and the red jets shoot skyward. And that was an area of his research, along with the Schumann resonance of the Earth. And so it was a pleasure to work with those guys. I wished if they hadn't shut down HARP in 2014 and closed the doors, and then I decided to move to Oklahoma and retire, I'd probably still be up there. But the HARPS has set idle. It now belongs to the University of Alaska Fairbanks. They do not have the money to run those diesel generators to fire HARP. HARP has never run 24 hours, 7 days a week. It hasn't run in years because those 4 diesel locomotive engines each suck about $40 a minute worth of fuel to fire those tube type amplifiers that they run. And believe it or not, it's an off-the-shelf Hewlett-Packard signal generator running via computer-controlled fiber optics to transmit and activate those transmitters. Now, here's the one thing.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but did you say tube, like a vacuum tube?
Ceramic vacuum tube type linear,
Yeah.
which is 1950s, 40s, 30s technology.
Yeah, 30s, 40s.
But-
yeah. Vacuum tube.
But they
Pennsylvania.
were designed to be filtered and spectrally pure to avoid spurious radiations on radio frequencies. They needed the purest signal. And they finally stopped me from going near the amplifiers because I wanted one of them 10,000 watt ceramic tubes as a sample, and they're real expensive.
And the only thing I can go to this is my guitar amps. All my good ones have vacuum tubes, and they're made in Russia or China, or they and everything. We used to have all of our TV sets and radios and everything else, we're all vacuum tubes. And I'm fascinated with vacuum tubes because they still work. It's an amplifier from hell. You know what I mean?
They have the purest sound. They have the purest sound. I've got some of the old amplifier tubes, and my linear amplifiers for ham radio are vacuum tube linear amplifiers.
Vacuum tube.
Now, the one thing that HARP could do.
When I was a kid, you could take your TV tubes out and take them up to the drug fair, and they had a tube tester, and you could stick your tubes in and see if they were bad or good or what. And then they would have new tubes you could buy and everything, But everything after that went to transistor.
Right.
Hey, Indy, I got my live in the morning, so I need to hop down. And I was glad I got to sit here. I was sitting there zoned out. I always love it when I listen to Moose. You get him started on harp, and man, he just gets into the detail stuff. And
I know, I love it. Me too.
Yeah.
Rescue,
Hey,
thank
Moose,
you so much for coming up.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Hey, y'all make it a good night. I appreciate you.
Yeah, much love
Good
to you.
to
I'll
talk
try to
to you,
get
brother.
to the end of your
Good
life.
to see you, Moose.
Good night, Rescue.
And some of my radios use tubes that are they're larger than a grapefruit, but smaller than a basketball. Use a pair of them, and I put out 2,000 watts.
Yeah, they get hot too, man. They get hot. I mean, they heat up, man.
And they're more than likely they will survive an EMP where a transistor will not.
I agree. In fact,
So,
if we have an
one thing-
EMP, if we have an EMP, I'm going to be the one guy that's driving around in a yellow 1975 Corvette because it's got none of that transistor bullshit.
I'll be the guy driving around on the diesel international tractor.
There you go.
But one thing I wanted to point out before I'll kind of calm down, because this gets me stirred up and then my mind goes to working about how much information I want to say and try to educate people about HARP and that they've been misled by a vitamin salesman. The one thing that HARP had over all the other facilities in the world was they devised a way by fiber optic cables to control the amplifiers through a computer. In other words, to be able to steer that directed energy going skyward 30 degrees north, south, east, and west, and they could also run it in a circular pattern. They were called X mode and O mode. And they could go 30 degrees from vertical in just about any direction, so that they could heat a larger area of the ionosphere, because the real purpose of HAARP was communicating with our submarines. Our submarines were visible to Soviet satellites if they came up to periscope depth to trail out a long wire to get usable information in a time of war. We wanted our submarines to be able to be communicated with while sitting on the bottom of the ocean floor. That was one of the main goals of HAARP, was trying to develop a way where they could heat the ionosphere to a patch that they could then put a radio signal up to that would down convert in frequency and penetrate the ocean floor to get intelligent information to a submarine. We also had Navy SEALs working with us.
Listen, that makes total sense. I completely get that, man. That makes total sense.
That's what we were working on. That way our submarines could sit on the bottom of the ocean floor, and in time of war they could get a signal whether to attack or not without being visible to Soviet satellites, which would then let the Soviets know where we were. But we could
then
slip in, and
again, getting that signal through all that salt water, you know what I mean? I mean, no, what you're telling me, it makes total sense, man.
That was the problem. The other experiments we did were for finding out some of where certain points were on the Earth that communications could be done. I brought up several things to HAARP that HAARP could actually, if they had designed it a little bit different, HAARP could have been one of the world's best emergency worldwide transmitters in case of an emergency. The only thing it was capable of was sending out Morse code with the signal, with the equipment that they had. They actually did ham tests with Morse code, and you listened, and whoever across the United States, South America, wherever in the world, if you heard that HAARP and translated that Morse code and sent it to them, they would send you a QSL card from HAARP. We also did a 6-meter experiment with the hams where they lit up part of the ionosphere that we could bounce a signal on from Alaska and talk to people in Canada. Didn't work real well, but we had a little bit of success. The sad part about HAARP not being operational is I had access to millions of dollars worth of equipment that people like you and we could see what the maximum and minimum usable radio frequencies were. We could see what was happening to our ionosphere. We could see the electron content. And it was a communications tool like no other that we ever had access to in America. And it's just a shame that it's all sitting there shut down. Everybody, HAARP's doing this, HAARP's doing that. HAARP's been shut down. It's not operational. So anyway, I wanted people to know that, and but I really enjoyed my time working there. I still got my old HAARP hat on, and got my stuff from HAARP. And
man, I'll chip in for some diesel fuel, man. You said it's 2 like train engines, and that's what they used to use in the old diesel submarines.
4
train engine. Yeah.
4 diesel locomotives, and we nicknamed them Angels 1 through 4.
Hey,
just because of Nick Baggett wrote that book, Angels Don't Play This HAARP. And by the way, we invited Nick Baggett to come to HAARP. He's never stepped foot in HAARP. I invited him to give him a personal tour and show him everything. There was no secrets. We had tours all the time. We had Jesse Ventura came up. He did a program outside. Then we invited him in. He came in for one of our open houses. We showed him around. We showed him. I was actually the one that got him to put a all sky camera in for watching and seeing if we could create an air glow effect aurora over HARP with all the power that we had coming out of those transmitters. But there was nothing secret about HARP. Like I said, we're talking old technology. We're talking 2 different sets of wire antennas strung up with antenna tuners on towers and tube type linear amplifiers powered up by a Hewlett Packard signal generator. So
no, but think about it though. This is what fascinates me so much, man. And I don't mean to interrupt you, but 2 diesel train engines and tube power transistors, where they're not transistors, they're amplifiers. Man, that fascinates me. Somebody needs to do a movie about this, man.
Yeah, there was 4 diesel locomotives when we ran at full power, 4 locomotives running, engines running. They're 12-cylinder locomotive engines. We ran all 4 of them and powered up the antenna array. But yeah, each one of them was running $40 a minute in fuel in Alaska. All had to be trucked in by a truck from Valdez, which was about 150 miles away one way. So they had to truck all the fuel in there to the storage tanks and fill them up and to run HARP. And they used, I don't know how many millions of dollars worth of fuel they used just they would transmit during a 2-week period where all the geophysics experiments are going on twice a year for the most part. They do a few experiments when the conditions were right, but the main experiments were only done twice a year. That's why I laugh when people say, "Oh, HARP did." Well, if it did, it's the most magical thing that operates when it's turned off that I've ever heard of.
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I mean, I appreciate all of your knowledge, Moose, about, the technology from that you know of and that you experienced and worked with. But I just have a hard time not thinking there's other technologies that were probably being worked on even then at the same time that were unknown or are still unknown.
Oh,
and then
course.
new technologies too, so
of course there is. Of course
right.
there is. Yeah.
Well, there was Poker Flats rocket range up at University of Fairbanks. They had the Poker Flats rocket range, and they were putting they were putting barium into launching rockets and putting barium up that would follow the geomagnetic lines of the Earth. They've taken that down now. There was also a high pass was up there, which was a small antenna array. That's all gone. All that stuff is gone and been removed. They're not even playing with that stuff anymore because they learned about as much as they could. I have friends that are in the petroleum business in Alaska, a lot of people. And I tried to find out about these so-called chemtrails. I lived over a flyway zone. I was part of the Air Force. I ran a communication station up there in Alaska, and I saw contrails that people were calling chemtrails. I contacted people in the industry to find out how could there be stuff being sprayed out of the airliners. And people looked at me like I was retarded. And they said, look, we pump the jet fuel by pipeline to the Anchorage International Airport, to Fairbanks International Airport. It's all in the same pipeline, and it's all specified certain fuel. And other than some anti-icing additives at certain times of the year they add to the fuel when they change the formulation, there are no other chemicals added to that fuel because of those jet engines aren't designed for anything like that. So I was never able to track down what kind of possible chemicals could form a chemtrail. Where would these chemicals be coming from? Who would be making them? All I see is all this stuff on the internet about chemtrail this, chemtrail that, chemtrail this.
I think it was.
I'm sure that there has been. I'm sure that there has been something tried. I'm not going to deny that there probably has something been tried, but not every damned aircraft that's flying over the United States, and there's thousands of them every day, is spraying a chemtrail. Those are contrails by the burning jet fuel coming out of them. So, I mean, I look at the internet as there's a lot of disinformation thrown out there. There's a lot of stuff that people, oh, this sounds good, I got to spread it, and it'll pick up 1,000 websites will pick that up and parrot it, the same as they did with the HARP. It's going to control the weather. It's going to control our minds. It's going to do all
Dennis
this stuff.
has it all solved. Dennis says, I know who makes those chemicals. They.
Yeah, who is that?
Right?
Yeah. How did they get in an airplane that's fueled out of the same thing that fuels everything else? And yeah,
Right.
I mean, there's just, that's why I say, I've always said, well, let's follow the source, follow the money, and then follow the, and follow the reason. You can say anything, you want to say. Show me the proof.
They did it. They did it. Those days. They did it. They did it. They did.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I do believe in chemtrails. I think there's a lot of evidence for it. What I've heard is that it's barium and aluminum that's being sprayed, but I don't know. But I mean, I see them. They're everywhere all the time around here. And there's a difference between a contrail and a chemtrail. Contrails dissipate and chemtrails turn into cloud cover.
Not always. Contrails don't always dissipate. They actually are moisture, and because there's different barometric layers in the sky and different moisture content, sometimes they'll form clouds.
Right.
And
Yeah.
that's from a contrail.
Too. Airplanes today are very fuel efficient and don't cause that much of a contrail anymore. Yeah, a lot of the props no longer do.
But anytime you burn a petroleum fuel, you get water out the exhaust, and this is what happens on jet aircraft. And after a certain period of time, it gets so high, it gets above that layer, the water's still coming out the back, but at 40,000 feet where the air is thinner and that, you won't see it. It's still there, but you won't see it like you will in the lower barometric areas.
I'm on the fence with the chemtrail thing.
Interesting.
And again, my dad was a pilot, and he used to get vapor trails off his wingtips in World War II.
Right.
Off the wingtip, okay?
But they would disappear.
They do disappear very shortly. And I have seen trails in my sky here in Virginia that they don't go away. And I'm like, hold on, they're not going away. So I'm on the fence with that one.
Puff, puff, pass, V and Lady Smith. Yeah.
Puff, puff, pass.
If there's no wind up there, if it's absolutely calm, that water vapor can stay up there by the barometric pressure and the amount of moisture that's in the atmosphere that comes out and mixes with it as it cools. I've watched them stay up there, but it was from commercial airliners because I used to sit and watch them coming into flight where I live. They started losing altitude to come into Anchorage. All of a sudden, you would start seeing that contrail come out of the back of that airplane. You wouldn't see it when they were up at, say, 40,000 feet. But when they started getting down to 20,000 and 10,000 feet level to come in for a landing, you would start seeing those contrails. But if there's no wind blowing on a super calm day, you can sit there and see those contrails just sit there for a long time.
And what I'm thinking too, okay, I'm on your side on this one. What I'm thinking too is, if it was a big deal, how come we're not sending up planes and trying to take particles out of these trails, which could easily be done? You know what I mean? And say, oh my God, there's magnesium and there's all kinds of stuff in here. It's killing people. And I just don't. I'm on the side of It's just natural phenomena.
Well, you know what?
Yeah.
I've seen it and I've documented it quite a bit on my channel. I've got over 10 videos. I'm more than happy to share it. And I can tell you, like, condensation is one thing. But when you see a plane in the sky and it's got a condensation trail behind it, and, you know, it kind of follows the plane and dissipates very quickly. And then you see another plane that's pretty much the same size, you know, maybe a couple miles, 5-10 miles away.
Yeah, and it's
But
hanging there. The whole
that
cloud
trail
hanging.
goes all the way from horizon to horizon. And then you see like a dozen of them and they turn a blue sky into haze. That gets my spidey senses going. Sorry to interrupt you,
But
though.
did
No,
you
no,
look
no,
up
no,
those
no, no.
planes?
I want to hear your opinion on that. I do want to hear that. I do want to hear.
Did you look up those planes on MonkeyWorks and get the tail number and get their transponder number and find out what kind of an aircraft it was and who was flying it, to correlate data between what you saw and the planes flying over you at that time? Because all the planes, unless they are super top secret stuff and we don't normally see that in the U.S. Usually it's more out toward the coast and stuff where we don't want, like if we're heading something over towards China and Taiwan, they'll have the different transponders. All the aircraft over the United States are easily recognizable by bringing them up, clicking on them. It'll tell you what kind of plane it is and who is operating it.
Oh, there's
And
apps
I've done.
that you can bring up on your phone that will show you exactly pointed at that plane, and it says, you know, it's coming out of St. Petersburg, Florida, going to Richmond, Virginia. You know, I mean, you know, you can get all that shit. I'm not that in depth into it, but I see both points. I really do see both points on this. Man. I don't know.
And what is the chemical composite? What is the chemical composition of what they're spraying? Has anyone gathered some of it, been able to have it analyzed?
That's
and
what
tell
I
me
said. That's what I just said. You know.
Good night, DeCat. Much love. I shared a link that Wingnut sent me. It's by anonymous official that is about contrails and chemtrails. So for those of you who want to check it out, it's about a 45-minute video. So we're not going to share it here, but yeah, go check out that link.
I really don't know. I'm on the fence. I'm on the fence with this.
Easy. Thanks for being here.
Hey,
Don't
Andy, I
squeeze
just
it. Hold it.
I just did a share screen there.
About 5.
Okay, yeah. What is this, Jan? This is one of your videos?
Yeah, I just show you the beginning. I'll put the link in so anyone can watch it, but it shows this blue sky going from this
all the time
to total haze. I'll just show 30 seconds of it.
Mm-hmm.
This is always interesting when we see two aircraft going parallel. One has different exhaust coming out of the back than the other.
Plane on the upper side is at a higher altitude than the other plane on the lower side with the long contrail.
Yeah, but they don't normally have a contrail that lasts that long, you know.
See, but you guys don't see these in your areas because this is everywhere here.
I do.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
I see them here. I see them here now. That's what kind of changed my mind a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, in growing up, obviously, you know, I grew up in this area and I remember seeing planes fly all the time and contrails, but they would always dissipate. I'd never see them turn into this kind of like that kind of like cloud cover you see. It's sort of, it's not white. It's like a murky color brown.
It reminds me
That's
of
a weather
if you
system
ever
moving in.
like cut a fart in a room and it's got a hang time to it. That's what it's got, that hang
Morgan's
time.
got the science right here.
It's got a hang time to it, man. It's like, wait, it's still flowing.
You can
Oh,
actually
Lord.
see the wind.
No, it's
You
true.
can
That's
actually
what
see
I'm
the
saying.
wind.
That's how I can relate to it. You know, it's got a hang time.
Well, sure, anybody can photograph a contrail and when a weather pattern's moving in and make it look like it caused it when it didn't. That's a weather
But I'm
pattern
saying
moving
is
in.
I
That's
see it all the time. Like, it's not like I'm watching a video about it. I maybe I should do some videos about it because I just thought it was how it was for everyone now. But I mean, like the zigzag patterns in the sky, and they last for hours and then they dissipate. They don't dissipate. They spread kind of like it's doing there, but it'll continue to spread out over and become a very wide cloud cover. That's not what I remember as a child.
They should naturally, and here's how I've changed my opinion on this whole thing. They should naturally dissipate because it's water vapor. You know, it could come off your wingtips, it could come off the engine.
I'm not.
Clouds are water vapor. Clouds are water vapor. The same things you're seeing up there is other water vapor.
I know.
But
I
you
know.
can see the contrail and you can see the system moving in. How can you say though that contrail, when you got a weather system moving in, how can you say that contrail caused that weather system when that weather system was moving in, whether that contrail was there or not?
Oh,
But because you can watch it turn from a contrail, what looks like a contrail, you can watch it spread out, and you're not seeing another system move in and take its place. You can watch it literally spread out and become the cloud system. And if it was just the moisture that was in a contrail, to me, it doesn't make sense that amount of moisture would be able to multiply and spread like that into something much bigger and wider.
But it also looks like blobs. It looks like blobs, you know. Once the contrail turns into like blobs and stuff, you know what I mean? It's like
like almost if you take cotton and spread it too thin.
Yeah.
I agree.
I've never spread cotton too thin, but I've tried.
That's what the image that came into my mind. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, Johnny. I played a couple of videos about Operation Popeye and such. Moose wasn't here for that one, or he would have been up here earlier.
TZ says it's full of aluminum oxide, but aluminum oxide is sandpaper. What good would aluminum oxide do? I use aluminum oxide all the time. So
I'll have to check out her channel, TZ.
I understand. Like I said, I know that they use silver iodide crystals shot in the atmosphere to try and draw the moisture. Well, that was like a desiccant. Draw the moisture to form rain in dry areas. They tried that back in the 1800s. Like I said, I want to find out the source of the chemical. Find me the source of the chemical, what the chemical is, and how they're getting it in all these aircraft.
Right.
Because the government doesn't have.
Somebody said lithium. I don't know if that's true. But if lithium's true, then maybe through the weather manipulation is why they need more lithium, which is why the hurricanes are attacking areas that have lithium so that they can mine it and source it from there. And Dennis's comment ties a lot of it together too. What if chemtrails are made by because our ozone is gone? Maybe they're needing to create an artificial ozone or we'll all melt, which I think you're saying kind of tongue in cheek, Dennis, but others have brought up Bill Gates has patents on blocking out the sun, and China has experiments going with an artificial sun as well. So there's a lot of, theory behind all of that too. Why do we need an artificial sun? And, it could go either way. Is it because they're trying to block the sun so that they can control the artificial sun and it's all about control? Or is it because there's something else going on with our sun, which a lot of people believe with like the solar flares and everything that are happening? Is our sun about to burn out? I mean, there's just all sorts of theories out there about it. So, do your research and bring it back here and let me know what you guys think. Before I forget, we have this fire going. Let me get this back up again. Esty, I had told him I was going to share out his fire, and it gave me a good idea that I thought was kind of cool. If any of you want to email me video, it can be short, it can be long, it doesn't matter as long as you can email it to me, or it can be unlisted on YouTube, or put it on your YouTube and let me know. of your fires, whether it's a bonfire or a campfire. I thought it'd be kind of cool to share different fires as often as people send them in for our conversation side of things. So send me your fire. Let's get some of our community fires on display for everybody to partake in, because I know we all love sitting around a fire. And that was kind of what spawned the original idea, was that, you know, we wish we could all get around a fire and just chill. And I thought it'd be kind of cool to see more of your fires. So if you want to participate, just for fun, email me your fire. My email is in my video description and on my channel description. And thank you, Essie, for sharing this one with us.
Talking about fires, I did try to make a death ray one time.
How'd it go?
It didn't go good for me. It didn't go good. It didn't go well.
I did make one. Remember the old Green Army man?
Go ahead.
The green what?
You remember the little Green Army man?
Yeah.
You
Okay.
used
That
a
was
magnifying
my death
glass,
ray
didn't
right
you?
there. I melted them dudes with the death ray. I've got one
Right?
of them little green ones. I've got one little
Somebody
green
said that
Army man
earlier.
left.
We had
All
one.
these years,
We had
I got one left. Bazooka
We had-
Man made it.
we
Yeah.
had this. They hired this black. Well, they hired this guy at my job, and he was damn near blind, but I loved the guy to death. He was great. His name was Gerard. He was great, but he was blind. Couldn't see anything. So they put this gigantic magnifying glass up in front of this readout that you would have to see, and you have to know when the exact numbers went to zero, and you went boom, and the machine would keep running. So there was one day he was off, and it was one of these Saturdays. It was like really cold outside, but it was really sunny. And I said, I want to make a death ray, and I took that a magnifying glass. It was like this big, man. It was like rectangular, and I took it
Right.
outside. And I started burning up, you know, I wasn't burning up any animals or any ants or anything, but like little pieces of wood and stuff, you know, they would catch on fire, man. It was like, I was like, man, this is working good as a bitch. But I burnt my cornea looking at this thing. It was like looking at it like somebody welding or something. So I put it back. So I just went and put it back where it went.
Right, Lady Smith? Yeah, Lady Smith sent me some collage pictures of different chemtrails kind of spreading out. But I think I'm going to find a video, because really, like you did, JM, if you don't see it as it happens, it's hard to explain it if people aren't seeing it, you know? But you can watch it as it forms. So, hey, Burns, good to see you. Really quickly, Joffrey, I am not familiar with your name. I see you back there. Would put in the private chat if I'd know you by a different name. Okay, yeah, and thank you for showing your face. We've just had too many people come up, and I think, you know, if you're on YouTube much, you know, if you want to come and hang in the chat, I'd love for you to come up another time. It is an open panel, but it's only open to people that we know. So if I would love for you to come be a part of the conversation in the chat. That's happened with others who are up here now. We'll get to know you, and then you can come and join us another time. Thank you. Awesome, Dennis. Yeah, take a video of it. And like I said, it doesn't have to be long. I can loop it, you know, maybe 5 minutes would even be good. Or if you want to do a longer one, I'll play it on here, maybe next week. That'd be great. Yeah, I don't know, Mike. Wingnet says the sun goes through 11-year cycles. It just depends on how severe those solar flares and sunspots are when it can be dangerous to our infrastructure as we have today because of all the wiring. Well, and also, you know, I mean, a whole nother rabbit hole we could go down is what is 5G or these towers, you know, what about those frequencies and how is that affecting everything, including not just our health, but our, you know, could those be something that's implementing or affecting the weather?
We've been using that technology for communications for, I don't know, what, 30, 40 years, using microwave technology.
Interesting, Lynette.
China's already up to 8th generation. China is ahead of us in communications.
I've heard as high as 10. Yeah.
Do you think, and this is an honest question, do you think all the electric workers and telecommunications workers that are installing and putting up this equipment, do you think they would do that if their families were going to be at risk, or anybody, or they were going to be at risk, or anybody else is going to be at risk? No, they're not going to risk their families.
That's a trick question there, Moose, because if you follow a lot of rabbit holes, I mean, there are sacrifices that are made by a lot of people for their own personal gain, including family members. So, I mean, if you believe any of those theories, then maybe, yeah. I mean, that's more extreme than being affected. You know, how many people got the jab and how many of their family members got the jab? I mean, they eat their own.
Yeah, that's right. But what I'm saying is most of these people are union workers, and they're not going to put their families and stuff at risk. And 5G, and I'll say it before and I'll say it again, 5G is no different than 4G or 3G, except it gives us more bandwidth, because we humans have become a computerized, cell phone, stuck in the face nation of remote control, GPS, and everything else. Well, that takes bandwidth. So they had to devise a way of making tighter packets to be delivered at faster speeds, and that's all 5G is. It's nothing different except more internet at a higher speed than 3G and 4G. And 5G is almost obsolete because China has 8G. Next will be 6G.
What about my understanding is that the reason there are so many 5G towers up as opposed to what we had before that is because they have a stronger signal that follows that goes a less of a distance, and so they have to have them more frequently. Is that somewhat accurate?
No, it's not.
Okay, so tell me. So why do you explain to me why do we have to have so many towers? So and how is that not changing what might affect us from how it used to be?
Because we have so many cellular companies that have their own allotted frequencies, and we have to have the coverage for what's done, what is needed to be done. That you think we have more cell towers. They're putting up more cell towers because we've got more customers and there's more demand. But if you research it, 5G is no more. It's the same. Basically, it's in the gigahertz frequencies. However, that wave is so small. That's why it's called a microwave. That wave is so small that every distance it gets away from that antenna, it loses power exponentially. So I can stand in front of a microwave tower a mile away and I'm not going to feel the effects of it. But if I stand up right in front of it and I got a Hershey bar in my pocket, it's going to melt. That's the way radio waves work, and that's what you have to understand. You cannot defy certain physics because people claim that you can, because you can't. Radio waves lose energy as the farther they go. So in order to have the connectivity they need for being able to, well, they want self-driving vehicles. Well, you want to be able to lock your door from 10 miles away or something. They've got to have stable, reliable communications to do that. And we've gotten such a demand now for GPS in cars, cell phones, higher communications. That's what this is all about. The demand.
I don't know. I just know that my internet and my if even equal maybe or worse than it was before all these 5G towers went up. And it was supposed to be that the 5G was the, technology that was going to make it more advanced and everything was going to be faster. And I haven't experienced that. And I hear more people complaining about internet and connection issues than ever. But maybe, you know, I've heard also the counter argument that it's because more of us are online because of COVID and lockdowns, and that got everybody, you know, which many of us can attest to, more online and more frequently. So, you know, I can see both sides, but I don't know.
If you, Indy, if you've ever driven across country, you're trying to use a GPS and your phone disconnects when
right.
You would understand why they're trying to put more cell coverage, because not the whole United States is not covered. That's the thing. I don't even have high-speed internet here. I'm working off a cell tower via radio to an antenna on my roof to give me up to 1 meg speed, and it very seldom gets near a half meg. It's just a step above dial-up. But that,
well, along what you were saying,
problem.
what you were saying too, though, Moose, is that I think when they're having, and this is kind of what SE is talking about, I think too, if we're being tracked now by what tower is pinging our cell phone or our other devices, and now those towers are in much more locations, then they have a much more accurate pinpoint of where each of us are at all times. So that's the purpose of them, or that's a side effect of them. You decide. But
that can also be a good thing when you're tracking some kid that's got a cell phone in his pocket that's been abducted, or you're tracking some criminal that has a cell phone in his pocket.
Yeah, but how many kids have you heard that have been tracked down because of their cell phones? They can find every person who was anywhere near the Capitol on January 6th, but I've never heard of a kid being tracked down and found because they have in
our area. They have pinged phones in our area, and my sheriff's department has the capability to ping the phone and find your location, and they have found missing kids. So they found stolen phones. So I mean, anything can be misused. I'm gonna grant everybody that it can be misused.
Yeah, Mike said, I bet this stream is going to be shut down, and it's always a possibility because we do have these conversations they don't want us to be having. So, this would be a good time to drop my my Rumble channel that I'm not really up and running on yet. It's Crimson Veritas, but if you guys want to sub there and help me rebuild, that's what I've always said. Whenever this goes, you guys can help me rebuild. But the whole point is to have these conversations, I mean, we're not going to be told the truth by our Mockingbird media. And, somebody was making a comment earlier about, you got to be careful who you believe. And of course you do, but you have to also keep an open mind outside of what we've been told. Because we know we've been lied to about so much. So glad for all of you who are here participating in conversations.
Indy, if anybody really wants to learn, and I'm serious about this, if anybody wants to learn about radio, ham radio, gigahertz, microwave transmissions, every library in the United States has all the books from the ARRL. We donate them every time there's new editions come out. We donate them to all the libraries across the whole nation. Books on radio communications, propagation, and anything you want to learn about electronics and radio frequencies and antennas and everything. And all you got to do is go check them out.
All right. Good information. Thank you, Moose, so much. Thanks for coming up and sharing your knowledge with us. I really do appreciate when you're here.
Well, I'm glad you let me up to rattle on and I didn't mean to take over, but this is something I've been passionate about, and I've been fighting this lie about HAARP for so many years. It just gets under my skin that one vitamin salesman can write a book, but he never stepped foot in HAARP, and I worked there because I got interested because he wrote the book, and it came out. And I called the man and asked him, he told me, he said, claimed it was Technical Memorandum 195. I said, okay, I'd like a copy of that, please. He wouldn't give it to me. Well, upon further research, I found out he stole it from the University of Alaska Fairbanks. And what Technical Memorandum 195 was all the scientists got together and proposed what they would like to see HAARP to be able to do experiment-wise. And some of these guys they're they wanted to try all kinds of stuff, but it was beyond the capability of what the machine could do. So, but he went with that, and like I said, he wouldn't give it to me. And I told him I was researching HARP, so I went and met all the scientists and got in with them and got on the RFI committee and got my foot in the door. And I stayed there until it was closed up. I think it was Obama closed it down right after we got it all built and functional. Obama shut it down. So the Navy and the Air Force
feels so sus to me, Moose. This feels like shut down publicly. It doesn't necessarily mean it's shut down privately, and that makes all my like red flags up, you know. But Bran has a question for you. I wanted to know if you think those resources are available in Canadian libraries too. Moose, that was a question for you. Oh, I think we lost you.
What again?
Yeah, Bran wanted to know if you think those resources that you mentioned are available in Canadian libraries too.
They should be available, and if not, your library can actually request to the ARRL for a set of the books, and they'll gladly send them to them.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Anti.
American Radio Relay Publications. People that know Tim Harper, he knows about them, and other ham radio operators know about them. And like I said, when they shut us down, the Air Force pulled out, the Navy pulled out, they pulled all the funding. A private organization came in and took on the upkeep of HARP, because you have to upkeep the buildings and stuff up there and keep the lights on and keep everything from freezing up. And so they kept it going, but they weren't operating the transmitters because nobody has that kind of money but the government. So, and unless and later on it was a few years later, they just kept it up, and then it was paperwork turned it over to the University of Alaska Fairbanks. That's all on record if you go to the actual HARP Sciences page through University of Alaska Fairbanks. It's all about it on there. But like I said, they haven't been running because of the cost of running it. The college doesn't have that kind of money. But they are running some of the diagnostic instruments, but not the transmitters.
Thank you, JM. Yeah. Great conversation, everybody. I am going to need to wrap this up here pretty soon. I just saw the time, and I know my family's going to be home in a little bit. Wingnut, Anarchy Television, mentioned his channel. You guys, please go sub up to Anarchy. And Wingnut, I would love to have you and Moose on sometime, and maybe a couple others, to just share kind of basic knowledge on radio use and operation, because I think that would be really helpful. I want to learn. I have a CB and a ham, and I've never used either. And I know it's something I need to learn to do, but I haven't, and I think it'd be great. I know there are others in the same boat because I've talked to plenty of people who want to learn as well. So I don't know, Moose, is that something you'd be open to? Doing kind of like a basic how-to? Okay, cool.
Certainly.
I've been bugging Wingnut about it for a minute, so I'll reach out to you guys and see if we can figure out a time to kind of have that be a focus. I'd love that. Fantastic. Well, thank you everybody who's been here tonight for sharing your knowledge and your insight and your conspiracies and ideas. Appreciate you all. I'm going to end with a song. I'm a little behind here in chat. I'm going to end with a song here in just a couple minutes, but any final thoughts from anybody up on panel? Awesome, Mike. Thank you.
I'd just like to say thanks for letting me come up, Indy, and
hey, Jim.
I'd just like to tell people, use your head. Don't fall for everything you read on the internet. A lot of it is CIA disinformation. A lot of it is people who just want to stir the pot with lies and sit back and laugh at the damage that's done. And if it sounds too good to be true, or it sounds too stupid to be true, it probably is. But do your own research. You have a computer at your fingertips. You can find everything and anything if you go to the right place, but you've got to know what you're looking at and be able to, like like research and
Yeah.
see documentation by true scientists and reference to papers and stuff.
Mhm.
And we did lose one of our facilities down at Puerto Rico. It was completely destroyed, and so we lost our radio telescope at Arecibo, which was one of our premier listening outer space listening posts, and seeing what our galaxy was doing. So that was a
Aw,
loss.
thank you, Jim.
And now with
Dog.
HARP down, there's only a couple other ionospheric heaters, and they're not doing much, and they're only able to transmit skyward. But thank you so much for letting me come on and speak to everyone about it. And
Absolutely. Moose, you're always welcome.
I hope I didn't talk over too many people's heads. It's hard for me to relate. Some people can't
You
grasp.
gave me some homework. You gave me some homework, Moose, that's for sure.
But
I want to
I
address this
appreciate
comment here. Yeah, we appreciate you, Moose, for real. Love you to pieces. You know that. And you're always welcome. Don't ever feel like you have to ask. The link is pinned and you are always welcome. NorCal Jim, welcome. Many of us know Unique Prepping. That's Zach. He's like a brother to a bunch of us. We've known him for a very long time, and really nice to meet you. Glad you're here. Anti, if you would drop Zach's link, Unique Prepping. He has an amazing channel and is an incredible person, giving information on prepping to all people, giving you a place to start no matter what your circumstances. And he's had some really great guests and panels lately. So go check out his channel for sure. Thanks again, Moose. Love ya. All right, any closing thoughts, Yorga or JM?
Yes, I would like to have a ham radio, but I want a honey ham radio. One of those really sweet honey ham radios that you can eat while you listen.
Like a potato battery?
Yeah. Exactly. That's all I got to say.
There you go.
Thanks for having me up. I appreciate all of you guys. I love you all.
Yeah, I love you too. Thanks for being up here, Yorga. Appreciate you. Thanks, Lady Smith. Yeah, you guys send in your fires. I just think it'd be really fun. It's kind of a way to bring the whole community together, and that's what it's all about. So please do.
Great
yeah,
show.
exactly the best of us, Jim.
We wanted to say be kind to your pets and always consider rescuing your pets rather than buying from a pet store.
Thanks, Essie. Absolutely. Yeah, I agree with you there. And what a beautiful pup. So cute. Okay. All right. Well, our last song I'm going to pull up here is by Dennis Lowry, who's been amusing me, if not all of us, in the chat tonight. Glad you're here, Dennis. A reminder that next week it'll be flipped. So we'll start with conversation at 8 p.m. Eastern and then have the music at 11 p.m. Eastern. But this is a song of Dennis's that I heard on 15th Stream last night. And Dennis, I've just loved all of your songs that I've heard. I'm really glad you've become a part of this community, and I appreciate you being here and hanging out. But this one I thought was just perfect with the whole fire theme, and it's Staring at the Flame. So much love to all of you. Thank you again to everybody who's been here throughout the night. We really are stronger together, and I think that theme kind of ran throughout everything tonight. So I appreciate all of you, and I'm praying for those impacted by these storms. We really do need to come together as a country to help each other. And I'm glad to hear the stories that are coming out of that. And I hope that we'll hear more. But I also know there's so much suffering and loss that's happening. And, we're trying to kind of grin and bear it through some heavy times together. So appreciate you all. Much love. And this is Dennis Lowry, Staring at the Flame. Here we go.
I'm staring out the fire as I wallow in the cold, with thoughts about as empty as my footprints in the snow. I'm tired, but I keep thinking about tomorrow to get through with today. These things that I think about while staring at the flame. some rustic mountains, dug valleys down below, then crossed a barren wasteland into places I don't know. It's hard to not get lonely, but I know that nothing's gonna change. These things that I think about while staring at the flame. It's a cold, cold fire, reaching way up towards the sky. It always reminds me of the things I've left behind. And if I could go back, there's a lot that I would change. Yeah, the things that I dream about while staring at the flame. There are times that I have thought you should be sorry. Other times I wish I'd felt the same. All the times we've gone through this, it seems like we should share the blame. These things that I think about while staring at the flame. It's a cold, cold fire, reaching way up towards the sky. It always reminds me of the things I've left behind.